Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP S4HANA FSCM in-house cash training course. In today's business environment, managing cash effectively is essential for financial stability. In this course, we will embark on a journey to unravel the intricacies of financial management using SAP's powerful tools. We are going to explore SAP S4HANA FSCM in-house cash. In simple terms, it's a powerful tool designed to streamline and optimize cash management processes within your organization. But before we delve deeper, let me throw some numbers your way. Did you know that companies using SAP S4HANA FSCM in-house cash have reported a 20% increase in cash visibility and a 30% reduction in operational costs? Impressive, right? Now, you might be thinking, why should I care about this? Well, let me tell you, effective cash management is crucial for any business. It can mean the difference between success and failure. With SAP S4HANA FSCM in-house cash, you can gain better control over your cash flows, improve decision-making, and ultimately drive profitability. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA FSCM in-house cash, from its features and benefits to implementation best practices. We will walk you through this step by step, ensuring you have a solid understanding of how to leverage this powerful tool for your business's success. So, are you ready to revolutionize your cash management processes? Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more SAP insights and tutorials. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Accounting entry scenario. 2. Basics functions in accounting management. 3. Connectors for multi-bank connectivity. 4. Master records. 5. Creating payment order. Let's dive in.
Make this as a layout config. Okay. So if you go into the layout config, you will be seeing the list of headers and all. So this is the layout slot config. So if we can group them also with the help of slot group and use it as a single slot. Okay. So that is also possible. So define as a layout config. So here we have defined only site logo and add this layout config module to your app module. And start this item. So I mean, like the complete header was cleared. Actually, we're supposed to get the site logo. Let me inspect and see like what is the slot ID. Yeah, this is the site logo slot. Yeah, this is the position we have to give it, not the ID. No, the position only we have to mention basically. Let me comment this one. This is clearing up and this is enabling part. The clearing is working. Like if you set it as headers null, I think this spelling is correct, not correct. Okay. So now I think it will fit. So this clearing part, right? This is the first section it is taking. You see that the site logo is appearing. Okay. So what are the slots that we are looking, right? So those slots, if you can keep it you can pick it from the network tab, or you can use the current page service and all. Like maybe if you need to read it. Let me clear any of the one and find any other slots. We have search box slot, right? The position. So here, I mean, like what are the slots IDs that we give, right? So those will start appear. You take out, you don't need a site logo. Like if you customize any of the slot also, like you can get use of that control. Okay. So this is how, with the help of config module, like layout config, we can use the header slots. For templates also we can do that. Like if you define a separate template for the order page or maybe any of the specific page, then we mention that as something like so here will be the placeholder for define the template, and then define the slots again. So this is how we can control for page specific also, like I mean, like for different pages, for cart page, if you need this set of slots, like we see in the initial time for one of the checkout step we saw in our normal flow, right? Like in our guest checkout. Let me run this out in the app module. So if I go proceed to checkout, so in our checkout flow, right, we will be seeing the complete header and all. So earlier we saw one of the storefront like existing in Spartacus. So we see that the complete header section was vanished, and so that is a order confirmation or maybe the checkout step. Okay, so that is a checkout page. So that will have the template, right? So for that template, we will define that particular set of configuration. Like we don't need the user to navigate back to that nav nodes and all. So in such case, right, if you want to do such kind of control, we write that way, like in our custom layout config. We define that particular page template, and we have to define the slots. Let me show you this. So here we saw, I mean, like everything appearing, like we have an order which is find a store contact. So these things are, I mean, we should not give a provision for the user, like when they are moving to this payment step and all, switching to the different. Okay, let me go to continue to the payment method. Okay, so here is the payment method. Okay, so it's already been saved. So here we have some information been traced. I mean, like updated at your payment transaction entries. At the back end, like all the payments will be available. Okay, so you go to that particular respective card, right? This is a card. So all the payment information will be set it up here. Okay. So again, it's your payment transaction, and there will be a transaction entries will create based upon your capture and all. Okay. So when we switch that, right? So we have to this payment transaction information will be having other information like what is the what is the authorized amount you have to keep it and all. If you are changing the currency and all, right, so that requires a recalculation. Maybe if you are minimalizing that things to the OTP and or if you're not customizing that area like your card recalculation and all, then we could make this ban available. Like primarily this language and the currency we won't show it at a checkout step. Like the reason is so all this localization content, right? There will be some of the set of tasks will be triggered like your emails and all will be based upon the order associated language. So if some operation if you're integrating with any of the external system, if you're currently in some language English and you switch here and you try to place an order. So in the third party also is supposed to update the same related information like all your billing information and all. If you're working with partner functions like B2B, so in such case, right, the language is really I mean like a key point. Okay. So we won't give them to choose the currency for B2B for sure, but language is one of the primary criteria. In such case, right, we have to disable some of the sections. So for in such scenarios, we have to define that into your custom templates, okay, and then define the list of slots for that particular template. Any questions, please? Is to control the list of slots coming from the backend. Like assume we send many of the slots, okay, for that particular content page. Okay. So if we want to control that for the headers, so this is a keyword that I've kept it for headers. Okay. So in such case, right, we have to define that what are all the slots required. The customization part is it's the next thing. First thing is assume for a home page, right? We have 15 slots sending from the backend. Okay. Out of 15 slots at header slot, at the header section, okay. At header section, we have 10 slots or maybe a 5 slot logically. Okay. So this will come by default from backend. Okay. So based upon your page template configuration and all, this will be based on your page template config. Okay. So at Spartacus end, at Spartacus store end, if we need to show only 3 slots out of 5, Okay, then we use the layout config. We got this. Yeah, is that your question or anything we're missing? You have to define in your slot level configuration. So I'll show you one of the things like how it will be stored. Let us take any of the Spartacus. We are seeing the electronics, right? Electronics. Let me filter it out with the catalog version. Then we will be using. So we have a site logo slot, right? Okay. So we will be having a component here. There we will define this image again. So whatever the image that we're seeing, right? So if you upload any of the different image, so as it is online online version, right? It won't need a sync and all. So here we define the site logo. So that will come actually. Whatever the image that we upload at the back end. Okay. For that, right? We have assets and we have assets copied right into our. Let me go to my stock. I think we copied the assets into our local, right? So we have 18 million assets. I see SCSS also. We need to define one common SCSS file, and there we have to define all the classes inside that particular SCSS. Yeah, either you can use the component level. It is better to create into the assets level. Okay, so create into the assets, like create one file with header SCSS. Okay, let me create one. There define so here we have, if we define like header, so here we have to define the header site logo related information. For example, this is the class that we are taking. This is the position. This class is a site logo. So here inside this, like if you define a width, okay, 180 pixels. So this is supposed to be added actually. Let me see, like we have to include this particular asset into the app module. So we have included here. We included this assets and all into one of the configuration. What is that index.html? Is it? So here we have to import that tag.
Yeah.
Copy this one. It's supposed to be. We are into assets, right? Assets. I think this will fit now.
It has taken 180 pixels.
180 pixels. I can just check. Why this is not appearing here? And this is the actual site logo, right? Yeah, this is the one actually.
Yeah.
So this is I'm like we need to include that way, like if you define any of the header level, like for example, we define only this particular name. Like in case if you want to override that, right? All the headers we keep it at header CSS. Like name it anything. Like I mean because it is common, just kept it as a header. Okay. So this is a root element. Like from the header, what like even for secure checkout or any of the things like mini card, navigation bar, everything will be kept from here only. Even for footer also we will be having. Let us use this particular alpha. Okay. Yeah, that's the. So all the header related things we can push it to here. And even if you want to increase the width also, just a minute. No, 1 minute. Oh, sorry. So here if you want to define the width and all, right, maximum width is some layout config module we define here. Yeah, you can write any of the CS. I mean, like we have a few of other slots which we are not using. So you can write anything, but based upon the, I mean, like assume we have written for site logo, right? Like let us write for the other. We have a one more search box. You can styling part. You can this is separate, right? This is, but you need control also, right? Like for the. If you define width and all as 150 pixel, so we will take out that one of the slot. So here it was okay. Let me go to our custom layout config, and here we are no longer using this one. Okay. So that's the thing actually. Yeah, you need to ensure like the styling of it. So because we are waiting it for the complete header, right? Like that's the reason it has been broken. Like so here if you see, so we have taken out that width and all. Like we are not keeping that width to 100%. Like it is picking the respective slot associated background. That's the reason. Okay, so then it even though if you don't have it, that particular this thing. it is completely stretched that styling and it won't break it. So for carousel, this is so for banners and all, you will be having some styling inbuilt. Let
Mm-hmm.
me see. There is one attribute called CSS attributes. I think there we define few of the CSS required for the banner. But if we want to like change the section one, this is in control. This is CH name. Yeah. We have applied for section one, right? To have that right. This is our body, right? This is our body. So assume if we take this bottom header slot, I think this is below of that particular header only, right? Let me add this to the bottom header. Let me see if this picks up, then we can add it to the. Let's add some padding. This is the and wider. This is the global reference. This is the this is a section. Yeah, this is a banner level change actually. Like the sections and all are coming dynamically, right? Section 1, section 2, we need to write accordingly. The parent one that earlier we have taken as main, I think, and it's supposed to be landing page 2 template. Section 1 might be into different parts also. Like we can have ID, we can pick it up from what do you say, from content slot creation, right? Like in the back end, we can have the same slot ID, but basically it will determine based upon the page or page template, and there will be a higher precedence also. Like for this particular, so ID can be unique actually. So here in the section we have taken the class, right? But we're supposed to mention what is the I mean, this section will not change. The layout, landing layout page 2 template. So inside that we can define that. We take out this landing template. Let me show you the list of slots and then we can see this is for the banner. You go to network and you can easily find that. It's not in happy. It is not ready that we have landing page 2 template. It's not really just as section 1. We can use that position, Vamsi. I don't see that it's been repeated. If you see these positions for each of the slot, right? Section 5. This is another banner component. Yeah, the template and all will decide here. Okay. So that is for the landing page template, right? Here, so here is the product detail page. Okay. So here also, here we have a site logo slot. This is for the home. This is for menu card. But section 3 has been repeated here. Like product details page, we have a section 3. I think it is better to define this template. Like what is the template? Like here, if you define the template and define the respective section. So it is different. Let me use this one. We use the same slot for section 3. We have section 3 here also, right? So we have section 3 here. Let's put a different color code. For home page, and this has been used here. So this is for the landing layout. Let me go to the VDP. We have to know that section 3 is whether it is rendering the content and all. Product details slot. Basically, that component is not rendering. It's supposed to render the bundle carousel component. You don't see any carousel side in PDP. One second, then let me see like why that is not appearing. So at component level also we can write the CSS, basic style classes. If you want to add some more, and from the backend also they can push some style with this attribute. product code. Let me define one product code. We have done that for online version only. Let me see why it is. Added a product code. This is the product code. Or else let us find any other slot. Maybe we can get that name, the position ID. Yeah, let us take this bottom header slot then. Yeah, this will be okay, right? Bottom header slot. We have it for both of the cases. Section 3, I don't see it. This is for the bottom header slot. Yeah, this one is taking up that template level only. Let me see. And if I go to the home page, so this is onto the taking the respective template associated. You got the point? You want me to set this one like bottom header slot? Yeah. This is in style.scss, you can see this. And this is the generated file, right? Yeah, that brown is for our PDP. This is the bottom header slot actually. So that is being used across all the pages. So what we have done is for the bottom header slot, we added brown for the PDP, product details page template, and for the landing page, we added some other blue. Okay. So accordingly, the class start. I think better is we define that particular template. Okay, if we are defining for a specific page, that would be easy. I mean, like in the section, you won't see that repetition of your ID, but at across the whole storefront, you will be seeing. We cannot control that, right? Like how they name that slot IDs and all positions. They'll take care about the page template and the page level positions only, not across the storefront. Like while the backend team configure it, right? They'll see whether the page template has a position ID and all. If they have it, they'll change it accordingly, but they won't check for all the storefront. They better use the template. Is it clear? Maybe something you want to. I will mention the position ID. So let us find the exact position ID for both of them. Slots will be different, right? You will get that content in a different. So let us go and find the respective slot ID, and then we will use that. Okay, let me go back to this site logo. I think this is the 285. Is it? No, not the 285. This section 3 actually. Section 3 has carousels, right? We have a carousel for I'm taking the section 3 and section 4. Okay. So I'm just taking this particular template for home page. So seems like those two are different positions, but let me see. Everything is applying to one. Let us find that actually. There will be one class for the carousel where we will. This is the indicator. This is what's coming from. Then we can write it. Let me find the classified class name. So then we can able. Here is the carousel, right? So here is the carousel. From the backend also we can send. Yesterday, I mean, today we saw that, right? One is the styling class name. So if we get that class ID, then we can use that. Let me try to find that one. So take the CX carousel is for the. So I think you can write it the occurrence maybe. Like if you have for the first occurrence of your carousel, that way I think it would be. For carousel, I think we have to define a style CSS for this particular component, and then we can use that. But if we have multiple things coming up, I think we can use the occurrence probably. That way I think we can able to solve this. We have a unique class, then we could able to add that, right? In such case, right, we can keep something common to that particular component for the carousel. So for this carousel will be like in the. Let me go to this home page. We are referring to section 3, right? Section 3 home page. I think this way you can achieve Archana. Maybe you will get that class while they configure at the backend. So I mean, like in case of component level specific styling, right? We use this only. Like there is a style class, right? So here if we mention this is different for each component. Like for each carousel it is different. Okay. So there we can get that class and use it at the Spartacus end. But somehow it is not appearing. Because I added that into online version of Spartacus. This is the electronics content catalog. We should get that distinctive class ID either from backend. So that's the way I think we can achieve it. But let me see what is the other case, like if we need such scenario. So that way you can control it easily. I mean, based upon your customizing style CSS. So for this particular carousel, you can apply that particular styling. But that is the attribute. Basically, it has to render that content. So this style classes are there, right? So here also they define some company nav component. So it's supposed to be used. I mean, like it's supposed to be come. Otherwise, let me see like what can be done in that case. I got your point. So primarily we used to get the respective stylings for the each carousel. For each component also we can pass it. Like if you are using similar simple responsive also, in the backend we will add it individual, right? Individual component with the product codes and all. So there we define the class. Let me see if it has been part of the response. And then if it is the response, part of the response, then we can execute it. Section 3, right? This is section 3. Product carousel, new electronics. In the new electronics, we set that. Yeah, but see, like now, you see the response, right? So these two are the carousels coming from the back end. Like we see we see the name and the product codes. Scroll is all visible. There's some other parameters from the back end. It is there, not respect to the class ID. Let me do that change, like why that is in, but out of box, right? It is not coming the style CSS, whatever we add, right? We saw only this set of information, right? We see only scroll title UID. That cannot be the class modified time container response. Yeah, let me try like what can be done in that case. We need some unique identifier, and only we can do that, right? Let me get that, like what can be done in this case. I don't see from the backend also that DTO, like from the backend it is not populating that particular style CSS attribute. Any thoughts maybe like this? We can use the number of occurrences, like based upon like what is the occurrence of that particular carousel. In that way, I think it would be achieved. I mean, like in the other way around, like what is the child one and all. Define the child, right? So in such case, I think we can use that. Let me try for any of the footer part. Footer, we have couple of links, right? Same case with footer also, like resume There will be one class called CX link, so that will be similar to the link component, and define the child one. So we'll define some color to it, like let us use this child structure. Maybe that way I think it will like see this one. For this particular link component, we are going to change for this particular same navigation node. See, then if we can achieve this way, maybe we can use that. Here we define the first child and add some class to it. Okay. So we are taking the first node, first child node, link component. And generic link, right? This is the generic link, CX generic link. We have a footer slot on footer class. Inside that footer, we have a list of CX link components. This is generic link. Yeah, this is the generic link, right? We went to the generic link of first one. This is the link that you have taken, and for that anchor, for that this particular link only, we added this class, the first chain. Where is it now? But this way, I think we can achieve that probably by defining the child of it. We have the CX carousel also. We have a similar kind, right? We have a CX carousel. Let us see for carousel. Maybe if it is not working for footer, let us see for carousel. For carousel, what is the root node? CX product carousel, right? So let us take the second chain. From the second chain, I mean like for the second carousel, what's new then? So what we have done from the CX product carousel, we have taken the second child of it and added that for that particular panel, we added a class. Something I think this way I think we can achieve Archana. Maybe let me see this why it's not appearing. Carousel panel is the one. Yeah, this way I think you can achieve this. Like you define one section. I mean, like the section will be common, right? The position. So define the take this particular carousel, okay, and find that particular child. Let us take the first child, but it's supposed to pick that first child of it. So this will give the first child of it, right? Let me. I'm removing everything. For the first child, yeah, now you see for the first part, you got the background grain. Actually, previously we used to have that CSS attribute. In the earlier, when we are working with the accelerator, right, we used to have that attribute called style CSS. There we, if you want to have some component specific styling, there we will use to add. But in the response, you saw that, right? We are not getting any of the response here. Like the style CSS are not part of it. If it comes here, then we can use it.
Okay.
If it is not coming, we need to rely on the child only. Just define that child. And maybe something this is common across, like we can, I mean, like you cannot distinguish based upon the ID or something. You can go by child and all. So those two things, like customizing CSS, what we have done is we created one CSS file with assets folder level. So what are the common things like header and all? So we push that and we add it into CSS. If you're maintaining multiple storefronts, right, like for multiple sites having the same header, I mean, like if you are trying to use it, just put that site ID also at the beginning on top of the header. Like if you are deploying multiple storefronts with the same particles. Okay, so if you want to make that as a site specific, then define the site ID. So that way, I think it will be classified. So this is the thing. So let me add the other things also. Let me override. Let me make a note of it. So this is about calling OCC services from the Spartacus. Okay. So for this, create one component, like create one service and add the logic to make a call to the OCC service. Create one component. Yes. Inject the service that is created to the component and call the service method. So these two are the primary required things. Okay. So let us create one custom service like we have a couple of services from Swagger, right? So let us take any of the service from the available one. So there are in the miscellaneous section, right? We have few of the services like we have titles and all. Under the country's language titles, we have titles, right? Let us call this service. Create one module here. Let me go back to my VS Code. So in the service section, right, we have a HTTP client available. This is as part of the Angular provided one. Like use that HTTP client. Okay, so inject that as part of the constructor, and they create one function here. Okay, so get titles, and inside this we call the particular HTTP URL. So we know the particular URL prefix and all. Okay. So we have as this particular title is a get operation. If you see, this is the get operation here. So for that we have to pass the base site ID along with the titles, right? So this is the get, and we pass the complete fully qualified URL, like whatever we have it in the. Let me go to app module. The localhost 9002 /OCC/v2, and we have to pass the site ID. Site ID is electronics Spartacus is the site ID, and we have to pass the actual service name, the title. So this service will, it will get hit and it will give us the response. Okay. So what we have to create is one module. So I created one module here and then custom titles as a module, and inside that it is I have created one of the components. So here I inject that service. Okay. What are the custom service that we have written? We will inject that. So in the init of this particular component, right, we will use this particular service to get that information. Like yesterday we have seen on the button event also, like you can bind that to any of the event, like call that respective function. So I need that in the page load. So that's the reason I am putting into on init. Okay, here I am calling this particular custom title service of get title. Okay. And here we have to, as we discussed, right, we have to subscribe to that response. Okay. So define that as a response, and define a constant at as titles. Okay. Set that response to the titles. This for titles equal to. So what we have done is created one service and use that. Let us include this module to our custom module, app module. So we need to invoke this component, right? We have to write one. Let me go to the static page. So let us we can navigate to that. Custom type is consumer component. Okay. So what we have done is with the help of that existing route we have. So we added that in the static page module. We have an alias we have created it. So we use the same alias to render that alias custom FAQ. So primarily I mean like the only thing we have made is we made one service here and call that HTTP with a get operation. Like as it is a get, right, we can directly call with some, I mean like with your query params or anything. But in case of post and all, right, we need to use the existing OTP provided few of the services. That way it will be easy to construct your request params, request with parameters. So this is a response like this is how you can get it. I think I mean like the front-end folks might have idea like calling with the HTTP. This is the HTTP client that we have used it. Like here we know the prefix and all, but while we are accessing different environments, we don't know that. So in such case, we have to do the configuration and all. This is kind of a end-to-end flow. Like in it, I mean, like I directed this to any the new page. But in case if you're doing such changes, right, you'll be doing that into your specific component, like instead of redirecting to its route, right? So if you make one service, a common service from the particular service, right? From the component you pass the parameters, inject that as part of the arguments, and you read it as part of your common service, and fire that respective request. This is for the titles. Create a few of the methods like the common methods to get request or post request from the service, and you take that as arguments from any of the component here or to here, and then construct your request and trigger it and get that response. So we are logging that also, right? If you pass any other service like the languages, that will give you the list of languages available. Okay. Like currently we are supporting 4 languages like English, Japanese, Chinese, and I think the German. So those 4 are the things that are. These are like those are get requests, the card types and all. If you take any of the post requests, right, we need to pass those parameters. This is for message center. Let's take for any of the part related. So let me take this to get the list of commands. We don't really use this service, like we don't need the cards for the user ID. The service is being provided, but we don't operate something out of getting it right. We're calling that anonymous user. So maybe I think that for anonymous, I think for logged in user only, we're supposed to log in as a current user. Our context, we logged in as a existing customer, right? Like a logged in customer. Yeah, here if you see, right, we got that card for that particular user. There are total 9 cards available for this user. Not 9, it's 3 or 4 cards. Yeah, so if you want to get such information right to the backend, this way you can construct your request params. This you can get this user information dynamically from writing into your component level. Like inject your user service and get that current user ID. I think that thing we have seen, right? We're supposed to get that user information, I think, from the user service only. Let me check the exact service to get that user information. So those information we can pass it to any of the OTT service, and this way I think we can make calls to the backend of any of the service. So from Postman also you can check, but for Postman, right, the token that we are generating, so using the curl command, so that is needed, and put that as a OAuth request, and like so by the time authorization, right, basic so OAuth 2.0, so we have an access token, right? Like the access token. Here is the authentication. Client ID, client secret if you pass, right? So then it will generate the OAuth token, and then that will be passed to your next request, like whatever you are passing. Or else you can find, I mean, like to curl command also you can get it. If you will be getting the moderation token, right? So that you can use it for your next request or for testing. Okay. Or else if you don't need that, so there will be one mapping actually. If you are accessing anything, if you don't need that authentication or just for any of the service, right? Just maybe if you comment this, right, role customer manager group. So I mean, like this is from the backend team. Like if you want to test it, you can use this. You can comment out, and do a bit. So then you could be able to reach this service without any authentication. Like better you create with a curl command, then access the service. Yeah, like this is from the end-to-end flow, like how to make a call from Smartacus to the existing services.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key capability of SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC? Option A, centralized payment management. Option B, in-house cash center processing. Option C, automated bank statement clearing. Option D, material requirements planning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing finances? Our SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC course is here to guide you. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC. It's like a toolkit for handling financial stuff, ensuring smooth transactions from start to finish. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to make learning easy and answer any questions you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. And the best part, it won't cost you a fortune. This amazing opportunity to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC expert? Enroll on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
I talked about the vendor account to the IHC clearing, and then when the bank statement comes in, IHC clearing to the IHC house bank, IHC main bank. Okay, so I left that open. IHC main bank is not the actual account. It should be IHC payables and receivables account, because I did want to explain GL transfer at that point. So I told you guys that this is IHC main bank account. Okay, but slight deviation, it is not the IHC main bank account, it is the IHC payables and receivables, which is get posted by the bank statement. And when the GL transfer happens, because now the link will be there, right? So if I say bank statement posted to IHC payable receivables, when the GL transfer happens in the treasury center, it will post to the IHC that receivables or payables account with respect to the payment item on the debit or the credit account, and it will create. So this will create a liability or a either a payable or a receivable for treasury with respect to the subsidiaries as well. Okay. The entry you have written here is through the GL transfer. And line number 7 actually posts to the IFC payables and receivables in the subsidiary. You can have different GLs, you can have same GL. Want to have debit credit in the same GL, you can have that, or you can have different GLs as well. Yeah, same account, IHC payable receivable on one payment item and IHC payable receivable on the other payment item. But this is a GL transfer. I wanted to cover this now. The IHC center entries what you have written, it doesn't happen any with any other process. It only happens with the GL transfer. The rest everything is either triggered by subsidiary or the bank statement coming from IHC center. The in-between entries you have created are posted by the GL transfer. These payable receivable entries as well. Same thing here. Instead of subsidiary, two vendors comes into picture. That will be instead of IHC house bank account, no, IHC payables receivables. In row number 7. Yeah, here also house bank sub account instead of that payables receivables. Okay, ideally row number 14 is not a vendor, won't be credited again because it's a payment request. It will be a payment request account. Okay. So we'll see when we go there. That's why it's a bit complex. So GL transfer, leave the concept as of now. We'll see. First try and understand the basics of subsidiaries itself. Okay. Okay. GL transfer is the last thing that we will see. We did the business processes, we understood all the functional concepts. Now I have to see how much the system is configured, and based on that we have to do all those configurations and see how it looks technically. So this will be a very tedious task, going through all of this stuff. Whether we have a bank area. Yes, we do have a bank area, DBKE, DBKA. Okay. We have the so we understood if I try to show you internal netting in system, we understood the internal netting starts from subsidiary triggering F110. Okay, IDoc is created, outbound IDoc, inbound IDoc opens up as a payment order. Now, if I go and try to configure all of those invoices and FI stuff and F110, it will take a lot of time. Okay. So do you think I should start from the payment order itself? I can create a manual payment order. Think of it as triggered by the subsidiary itself. And then how the settlement happens in IHC, will go through that. What do you think? Payment order itself. So if you see the PPT, the F110, that is FI stuff, no? The F110 triggered by subsidiary generates an IDoc, outbound IDoc, inbound IDoc opens up in IHC and creates a payment order. From that payment order, we can start. If you want me to configure that, that will take a lot of time. The other thing, F110, because that is FI invoices, then F110 payment method I have to give, all of that stuff. So W20, WE21, all of these partner profiles, and designing an IDoc, what all the segments is all ABAP, is all technical work. So I know the content of that, so you can keep opening, keep that opened at your side, okay? So normally you post your invoices by FB01, right? So we will see how FB01 behaves. I'll show, I will not configure each and everything. I'll just show you the business process and side of the things. Okay, a vendor invoice always starts with, always have a type of KR. KR is a vendor invoice, okay? This is all FI stuff, FI postings, FI payments. Until FI payments and payment order is generated, IHC is not involved. So IHC gets only involved once the FI payments are, IDocs are generated and sent to IHC. So we are seeing the other part, how the payments are generated and how do we reach till the IHC part. We might not be able to configure each and everything, but we'll see the visuals. Okay, something like this. Okay, here you do the vendor and 50 you do a expense account. So invoice is created and that vendor invoice, once you put in F110, the normal process. You don't want me to configure this, right? Because it will take a lot of time. It will take almost 5 to 8 hours to configure each and every FI system and IS system. Okay, but just to see how it looks like, you have the postings, the invoices will be posted 31 to the vendor, okay, which is debit vendor, which is credit vendor, and 40 to the expense, I think, which is debit expense. Okay. Now, based on this invoice, we run F110 and F110 picks from the configuration of FBZP. So F110, F111, F11CU, FBZP, all of those configurations has to be maintained for this payment program to work, right? Might have seen that. So F110, we will create a new payment method for the specific internal payments. Okay, I'll show you all the config which is required for to set up FI once this opens. Any questions on here on the invoice creation? Will not waste time on finding the exact vendors and creating the invoices. So vendor, we can give that payment method and we can, in the vendor master, we can give the payment method and the house bank, right? And that payment method always picks the internal house bank through the configuration. So that internal house bank always points to IHC. Payment order looks like this. This is the payment order, but let's quickly go through the other part. If FBZP opens, it will be very helpful. Maybe I'll try to open it here. FB. In the meanwhile, I can keep talking about. Okay, so you try to switch tabs in your mind. One where we will talk about the FBZP part, how to set up the payment methods coming from the subsidiary. that it should go to IHC, create a payment order. But here you start switching the tabs, that a payment order which opens up in IHC will look something like this, where you have the payer details, you have the recipient details. Okay, you have the account number of the payer, you have the account number of the recipient. In case of internal netting, both the account numbers will be within the same bank. Bank area is nothing but an IHC bank. Okay, so one bank area, in the same bank area, both the account numbers of the subsidiary 1, subsidiary 2 recipient and subsidiary 1 in case of internal netting scenario exist, and this is how the payment order will show it. Okay, when it comes from that F110 automatic thing, these things are filled up with the configuration by itself. When we try to create manually, we can also create manually. Sometimes you don't have a FI system linked to the IHC system and you want to upload files for the payment. So FI system exists somewhere else and they send you the files of payment. You upload those files through the bodies and VAPs of this IHC IP1, IHC EP1. So all of these transactions create a payment order. You just upload the files through the background processing of these payment orders, and automatically the bank areas and the account numbers are picked up as per the config. Okay, but this is how a payment order should look like. Once I start creating this payment order, you will understand. In the meanwhile, we will just switch tabs now. So what will happen is, don't say that. Oh, other one also open. Okay, will not click that. So payment methods in country, someone might have created, because if bank areas and all are created, someone might have created Z. Normally we take Z or anything we can take. Okay, but how does this matter is we have to create a let's say IHC payment method here. So once we create that IHC payment methods, everything else will be same. All of those details will be same, but the payment media will be the IDocs, RFFO US. Okay, so there's a program which creates the IDocs for that particular payment method. Okay, here we have to give that name of the program, which is RFFO US, or there is one more program, I'm not sure, but that program has to be given here. Only if the program is given here, whenever F110 uses this payment method, it will create an IDoc. Okay, if this is used, then a DME file will be created, a format. This is corresponding to the DME format. This will take you to the DME formats. So you can see all of the DME formats, CGI and PAIN and XMLs and all of those SEPA or anything, whatever the DME provides you will be coming here. So this is PMW, payment medium workbench, but this classical is used for the IDocs. So for your payment method, you have to use the classical one which creates the IDocs. Okay, and with this payment method, whenever the system triggers an F110, an IDoc will be created. Only then IDoc can be created. And that IDoc we will configure through W20, W21. Also a WAP and technical help are required a lot. So that IDoc goes an outbound IDoc and opens up and then inbound IDoc to the IHC system. Okay. We can, if you want, we can see this as well, but it will take a lot of time to set this up. You can see, but then it will take FI configuration because this is all FI. Let me see whether we have a payment order or somebody has tried this before. IHC 0, I'll go and see whether we have a payment order already created, because I can see the IHC configs, and if there's a payment order, we'll see whether that came from FI or the one the guy created directly. Let's see. all the payment orders for DBKA. If you have an FI implemented in that system and F110s are done, then it is a quick thing. I will just create one payment method and map the house bank, and it can go to IHC. Do some a bit of IDocs and it can go to IHC. But doing whole of FBZP and FI and the invoicing stuff and all will take a lot of time. So, and also that is FI stuff. So maybe a sandbox system where FI is already implemented and we just make certain tweaks here and there. Then how do you want to proceed? You will check and come back, and how is it? If FI is implemented, I don't need even control. I can ask the one who is sharing to make the quick config. So that will be quick. Okay. So what again? Yes, that's a good suggestion. So once we do the payment order and we see some of the process, because 10:30 only till 10:30 I can do this call. After that, we can in your systems we can see the FI integration as well. From FI, how the subsidiary triggers and how the payment order comes in. But let's start from the payment order creation itself. So transaction is IHC IP1. Okay, IP EP is external, IP is internal. Okay, ED is external debit memo, and ID is internal debit memo. Okay, not much difference on the transactions. It only derives whether a transaction type, what is assigned to that particular transaction. Okay, so I can use the internal for the IP, external for the EP. Okay, I'll tell you that, but as of now just concentrate on this. DBCA, it was DBCA, DBKA, nothing opened there. DBKA, this is the bank, this is the IHC in which the account number lies, who is the payer. Okay, who is the payer? So subsidiary 1 is the payer. We'll find an account number which lies in DBKA. The account numbers are also master data created in F9K1, F9K3, all of that stuff. So you have to create, just like a BP, an account number in IHC has to be created with certain specifications. We'll see that as well. But just going through the IHC payment order, debit and credit part, how the things get created.
DBKA?
IHC center. So for example, you have a company code 1000 in your project, in your client. So that company code is a treasury centralized company code. It gives services. It wants to open a bank as well, and it opened a bank with some nomenclature. Okay, let's say DBKA. So that is the IHC name of that company code. The same thing we were talking about from that presentation that we prepared.
Okay, I see.
What is the IHC center is the bank area itself. See, this system is also very slow. Okay, we have this which was created. Let's see. This also takes time to open. Meanwhile, those things open. In whole of this is in-house cash. Okay, everything is a surrounding. Okay, a little bit of trivial settings required for the bank area for the conditions. The conditions control your interest and charges and value dates. The limit says how much overdraft limit to be provided on the account. The product says what defines, you go to the bank, they assign a certain product to your account, no? That these are the interest rates on the FD, these are the overdraft charges, this is the specification. Same way these IHC also assigns the product. So this opened somewhere. Let's see. And accounts and account management, the master data for the accounts, the subsidiary accounts in that bank. Okay. But this is your bread and butter. When it comes to IHC, the account management setting is your bread and butter. This will tell you what all payment methods, what all payment orders, how the payment orders flow, how the routing is happening, how the cross bank area scenarios, which we've seen that last scenario in the PPT, how the POBO is happening, how the POBO is happening, how internal netting is happening, what controls that. All of that stuff comes into account management. And to be precise, all of that stuff comes into the payment processes in in-house cash and further into make basic settings for payment processes. Here, this controls almost everything. Okay, we'll look into this in detail. We are only talking about it because we are waiting for some payment orders. This also didn't open. Okay, so we'll talk about everything in detail, but this is your main node, payment processes in in-house cash, all of it. Okay, because all of it is used, system goes to this, comes to the root processing and tries to find the transaction type for the next payment order. Okay, so it flows like this only, but this is your main node to try and read and create a payment order. Okay, anything which is not created in the payment order is done through this node. We'll see everything in detail when we see the config. But just to give you a picture, account management is the heart. Periodic task is the end of the day that we were talking about. No, in PPT we have written end of the day. IHC runs end of the day. So these are the periodic tasks, end of the day, where the general ledger transfer and the other things are included. So specify sequence of mass processing, that account balancing, bank statement creation, general ledger transfer, all of that thing happens here. And general ledger transfer we defined with certain GL variants and all, what is the accounting required for a certain transaction type. So all of that we define here. Okay, but this again is the main. This is the heart, account management. This is end of the day. Rest everything is surrounding. So this is master data, the interest and conditions and the value dates and all. This is basic settings where the bank area is defined and certain parameters are defined with respect to accounts and all. Okay, so this total is IHC. This total is IHC. Basic setting, master data, account management, periodic task are the main things. Okay, so this opened, and let me see from where it came. Anyways, if we try to do FI on this, it will take a lot of time because system itself does not open. So system takes a lot of time to open even one node. Even if we try to configure FI here, it will take a lot of time. Okay, let's see the other. Yeah. Okay, this was created directly. This was created by this ID directly because inbound IDoc and its created input channel is manual. Else input channel should have been IDoc. Okay. So you should have the inbound IDoc and the outbound IDoc in the payment order if it is created through the IDoc. But this was created manually, just like IHC IP1 or IHC EP1, just like we are trying to create. So it is not flowing from the FI. But you can see someone created this and debited and credited some accounts. We are also trying to create one So let's say we do this with the internal transfer and 10,000 and euro, and bank area again same DBKA, and let's pick some account again. F4. Okay, let's see from this to this is provisional clearing partner, internal clearing. So let's take this. From this to this, the internal netting should happen. Okay, so from this account for a subsidiary to this account for another subsidiary, both the subsidiaries has the account in the same IHC, in the same bank. There has to be some internal netting which should happen. So I press enter. So this will be told to the system by F110 IDocs that what should be debited and what should be credited. Okay, IDoc has that information, but it opens up like this payment order only. Either I create manually or it opens up from F110 IDoc. It will show like this only. Okay, here I know which accounts to debit to credit, but there the system, the IDoc will tell me which accounts to debit and which accounts to credit. Let's see the other. Okay, so you can see here you have the amount total and you have the account, the definition of that in reference. Okay, I got it. So internal payment 10,000 and 1 lakh euros will be okay. So the payer is this account IHB euro final account 1010, and the receiver is again 1010 but euro provisional account. Let's say these are two subsidiaries, but these are the same account of the same subsidiary. One is provisional, one is final. So we have to see whether two different subsidiary accounts needs to be there, but these are provisional and final from the IHC perspective. Let's consider these are two different subsidiary accounts itself. Okay, what I'll do is I'll post this. Error generating numbers from payment order number range. So we'll just go to the config here and set up number ranges. Bank area DBCA, DBKA. Okay, let's add and let's copy 2021. Let's see. Nice. Order post. Action call is inconsistent. Why? We have to see why it is inconsistent. Okay. Maybe we are using the provisional accounts. That's why. Action. Okay. Do we have the payment order created? Yes. Why date executed is 4/1? Okay. Flag for posting. Let's see. That's okay. Okay. So checked and it is posted. So flagged for posting. Now post. So we created the payment order. Now we are trying to post it, and I'll show you when I said those payment items, two payment items will be generated, accounting and all. So this will be clear when we see the payment order again. Okay, same thing happens when a payment order is flowing from the FI. You guys are right. It makes more sense to show you the end-to-end integration with respect to the accounting. But just as of now, we will see the payment order, and then we will close, and next session we'll see everything on your screen. We'll try to set up so you guys also have a reference of a setup. Okay, something. Payment order was not posted. Why? Let's see. Okay, logs. Yeah. Okay, so GL accounting and the GL transfer is not done because system will not be able to find payment items and the GLs. Okay. Okay, transaction type medium is not allowed in IHC provisional account. Okay. Okay. Lot of settings, and let's see. Here is only create, save. So here once those things are created and payment order is posted provisionally and finally, you will see the payment items here. One payment item is equal to an accounting entry. It shows you the GLs as well. Okay. The GL transfer which we do, which we were talking about, that Kiran has shown the accounting entries of the bank area itself, the treasury company code, that will happen through the payment item. There will be two payment items one per account. One debit on one account is equal to one payment item. One credit on the other account equal to second payment item. Okay. It contains one accounting entry. It will contain two GLs, one normal GL, one offset GL. Okay. So two accounting entries with two payment items, and it flows to FI through the general ledger transfer. We would like to see that, but in the logs it says that GL account is not assigned. Okay, no GL account assignment determined. So I have to set up the GL transfer, the GL variants, and then only the payment items can be created which will contain the GL accounting. Okay, but there is no GL account assignment in the hindsight in the back in the configuration. So no payment items were generated. So no IHC payment order was posted. It is only in flag for posting or parked or that status. Okay. But we will do the config. I think it is makes more sense to do the config in your system, whatever system you have. It will be faster. Plus you guys will have some reference in the future as well, doing it into your system end to end. Okay, what do you think, Kiran? This is overall how it should look like. You will have a payer, you will have a recipient, and you will have the payment items created here. Once the system all posts the payment order, the payment items tell you the GL transfer, the GL accounts to which the GLs will be transferred, and here you get the logs, okay, of all the activities which happened. The thing is, this can only do, this system can only do this stuff. With FI to be configured, because nodes do not open very quickly, it will take a lot of time. So it makes sense to do in your system only, and next session we can start directly in your system. Either you set up FI or you don't even set up FI, because the systems will be fast. So we can set up quickly an invoice, how to post an invoice, and quickly we can arrange a F110. That should be okay. Okay, and the accounting also we can see, because accounting here, it will not make sense at all, because GL transfers and bank statements will not will not actually clear the F110s that you have coming through, because there are no F110s here. It's a payment order directly posted. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main purpose of the in-house cash IHC component in SAP S4HANA FSCM? Option A, to manage intercompany payments and cash positioning. Option B, to handle accounts payable processes. Option C, to perform asset accounting. Option D, to support procurement processes. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing finances? Our SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC course is here to guide you. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC. It's like a toolkit for handling financial stuff, ensuring smooth transactions from start to finish. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to make learning easy and answer any questions you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. And the best part, it won't cost you a fortune. This amazing opportunity to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC expert? Enroll on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So first part of the process is we need to create an invoice for the subsidiary. Probably if this is a intercompany invoice done with another subsidiary vendor, then it is more preferable. If not, we will do it with the direct vendor, outside vendor only. Second thing is F110 is activated, and IDoc should be created. The ports and all we can configure it. These are not configured. So any subsidiary. So if you want to make a plan out of it, so find a company code which can behave as a subsidiary, and find a company code which can behave as a treasury. Okay, so let's try and create a invoice. Okay, so let's say कौन सा treasury लेना है 1975. So let's take subsidiary 1000, entity B 1000, 1100 is entity C. Okay, so entity B triggers an invoice. Now whether 1100 has a business partner is created as a vendor. So can you do BP or FK01? FK01 will also take to you to BP.
I think we can add that na somewhere.
Scroll down, FI, down, yeah. Config changes के लिए you have to go to 100, is it? एवरी टाइम? ओके, सैंडबॉक्स इसमें नहीं है? यहाँ पे डमी करके टीआर में सेव कर सकते।
We can create a vendor with grouping TR 11. ग्रुपिंग में ऐड करना पड़ेगा ना।
कस्टमर को पेमेंट कर दो।
ठीक है, होगा क्या?
होगा ना, क्यों नहीं होगा रे, कस्टमर को पेमेंट कर दो। अपन इधर तो कस्टमर का पेमेंट होता है ना ट्रेजरी में।
सही नहीं वैल्यू। ये समय कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है। 120 में हूँ मैं। क्या?
अरे टी कोड गलत डाल रहा है, टी कोड AB60 ये 70 डालना है AB60 की जगह पे, तभी आएगा ना कस्टमर। ऐसा
आराम से चलेगा। हाँ सर,
अभी आएगा, अभी देख कितने आते।
तुम्हें यहाँ पे पता क्या क्या डालना है?
अपना एक्सपेंसेस वाला जीएल डाल उधर नीचे, कोई भी, मतलब ये इनकम वाला है कोई, तो इंक्रीज इनकम है समथिंग कोई वाला।
अभी 1975 is not treasury, right, for you? This is a customer. This is subsidiary.
1975 ट्रेजरी। ओहो,
Okay, let's take this as subsidiary. Okay.
This is subsidiary. Is it fine? But
In treasury, this is subsidiary for you, na TRM. IHC, this can be, this is treasury for you. Because FI vendors and all is set up there, right? Here you have to do a lot of stuff. So
okay, no
let's
problem.
do it there. Let's spend some time. How much time? It will take a lot of time to open the nodes in the first place, but after that it will, I think it will understand, it will make a memory and be quick. That's what happened for the TRM nodes as well. No? So let me share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, so here let's try to create a vendor invoice. 30.7 KR. Okay, let's take 1010 as my subsidiary. I'll create a treasury center out of 1010. The center, okay, 31 and F4 and company code 1010. intercompany vendor, perfect. Some euros. Okay. 40 and expense. Some expense account I need. Paid expenses. Enter star. Okay, great. Invoice was posted and 1 and 2. Okay. Now, company code, this will trigger the payment. This is subsidiary company code. It has the invoice, this invoice. It will trigger the payment to IHC. Okay. We will see along how much configuration nodes we have to do. But let's see if we let be upfront whether your company code 1010 has something. Okay. Does it have bank accounts? It have bank accounts, the sub bank accounts with some Z sub accounts as well. I suspect this is IHC. Okay, let's go back. Does it have 1010? It has. Okay, internal payment credit transfer. And does it have this? Okay, RFFF OD. This will create an IDoc. We have to see the variant in the IDoc that I'd create IDoc immediately. And IDoc will be through the partner profiles. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, do we have a bank? This is the bank. Right? Uh, 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 uh. Okay, we used L170. Right? And do we have the bank number in? Where you assign the bank to the vendor or you pay through that payment method where the bank is assigned. This is the bank, let's say. We have EDI. We have EDI. This is your WE20 partner profile. That is, so this port is there for IHC. Okay, I think we are good here. This is good for us. We have to see how to make payment orders in IHC. Okay, so 1010, you saw that 1010 did a document, did an invoice with intercompany vendor 1780. One zero one zero is a one subsidiary against 1710. Now we have to see both of these seem to have bank areas in IHC, but these are subsidiaries. So we have to create separate bank areas for different company codes. We'll see that. We'll see. Okay. So let's say RTY and some parameter. What was the due date of that invoice? This is 0108-2021. Company code 1010 generates a credit transfer. So we have to take that AND payment method, I think, because AND is corresponding to the IDocs. Okay, and let's give the vendor. What is the vendor? Here, this was in the payment method classical method that we have given for IDocs, right? So here you have to do the variants. In F111 you normally don't do the variants, no? Okay, again the variant is there, ZIHC INT. In F111 that's picked from OBPM4, your BCM stuff. But in case of IDocs, you have to provide a variant here. In any other format, you have to provide a variant here. You can also maintain the variants like this. So a variant was there already, and it said paying company code is this, and payment method is a percentage. I'll select AND. I have to select a AND, right? So I select AND. House bank is okay. Let it go through 1010 only, right? 1010. Okay, perfect. 1010 with the 111. Did we do a 111 or 222? DBKA. And generate SAP IDoc immediately with a printer. That's the only thing I want. And that's it. Save. Go back. Save. Status. Let's do a proposal. Start immediately. Yes. Let's see the proposal. Okay. Everything in red. Why? One document and in red. Why? Let's try to relocate. Payment method नहीं पकड़ा क्या? And house bank is DBKA. House bank account ID is USD Euro. Euro we did. Okay. What is the issue? Right. L_1710. Okay. Here the payment methods. He said the house bank and the other data is not. On the BP, where do you give the payment methods here on the BP on the general data? let's give and let's give DBKA and more down. Why would I put a payment block? और कैसे होगा डाउन? ठीक है, so we gave this and let's save. Okay, this opened like this in the payment transactions. I'll press enter. Where did I block it? I blocked it here. Okay, take me to the BP. Okay, this is the payment transaction tab, not in the company code. Because it is taking me to this payment transaction tab. But here where you give the payment method, this is the beneficiary details here. Let's say Euro 1 country. Okay, so this is important. Here the account of 1710 subsidiary, the beneficiary account in the bank of IHC will be listed. This will not be external bank. If this is external bank, then this is external vendor, right? From here only IHC understands that whether this is an external vendor or this is an intercompany vendor. If the bank details are corresponding to the bank account of IHC itself. So if I give a country as, let's say, that 999 bank key was there, no? So maybe a Z country was there, no. DE country was there directly. DE was there, and a bank key of, let's see, so bank key of DE, and let me quickly check, because what is the bank key of that bank? Do we have house banks? Yes, this is the house bank. And what is the bank key? Bank key is 111 with a DE. This is your eternal bank. So right, bank key D, bank country DE, that is okay. Bank key 111 here in house cash center. Okay, if any of the bank accounts or bank key I take as an external one, then system takes it as a POBO transaction. Okay, if I select this as an internal one, because this is the vendor and to these beneficiary details you will make the payment. Fine. If you are making a payment to an internal bank, final payment to an internal bank, then it is a, from here system understands to debit the account of this, where here I'll give it. Okay, debit the account of this in its own IHC. Okay, if the system, if you give a bank key which is external bank, Citibank as a beneficiary, then system will understand that this is an external vendor and it's a POBO. Okay, any questions until I find the bank account, for example? Any questions? Do ask me. So this is the bank key of the bank, which is IHC, in-house cash center Europe. Okay, first of all, in the BP, what are these payment transactions? Can you tell me? This is the beneficiary details of the business partner, to which bank the payment should go, not from which bank the payment should go. From which bank is my house bank in the payment details and company code. To which bank, to which beneficiary bank account the payment should go for this business partner. Okay. Now, if I give the IHC details here, this is clear, right? If I give the IHC details here, that these are the IHC bank keys and this is the IHC bank account, then from once the invoice is paid F111 with this vendor F110, the when the payment order opens up in IHC, it will understand, because from the settings it will understand this is an intercompany payment, because the bank accounts you mentioned, I have the bank account of this vendor in my bank. I have your bank account because you are the company code who triggers the payment, and I have the vendor, whatever vendor you sent to me for payment, I have that account in my bank as well, because from this beneficiary details it will understand. Okay, so based on that it will understand, it will say that this is an intercompany intercompany netting or internal netting. That's the first part of the process that we saw. POBO, here there it will say that this bank account, no, it is not with me, it's an external vendor, so it's a POBO. I'll route it through an external bank account. Okay, so I'll just find a bank account of I can do this in F9K3 directly. It will take some time. Okay, bank area. Ours is Europe, so we will see what all accounts are there in Europe. Okay, few accounts only. We have the IHC Euro. Okay, this is the account of 1710 subsidiary under DB. We took DBKA or DBKE. Okay, we have to take DBKE. DBKA under the bank of DBK. I'll explain you that, don't worry. Under the bank of DBKA, I have the clearing partner. I will have to use the clearing partner. The thing is, here the scenario is not seen because of the configuration. Here, this is also a treasury. Do you think it makes sense to create a vendor in 1010? So, okay, yes, that is also beneficial. We will create those accounts separately. It will take time. It will take a bit of time. Don't worry about it because system is quite incapable as of now. We have to do a lot of stuff to make it capable. So let's take the arrangement to be like 1000 is a subsidiary of 1010 and 1510 is a subsidiary of 1710. Okay, so this is cross bank area scenario, so let's not include 1710, let's only include 1010. So these two are, let's say these two are subsidiaries of 1010. One is 1000 company code, one is 1110 company code. These two are subsidiaries of 1000, 1010 treasury. Okay, so 1000 is sub 1 1110 is sub 2. Okay. 1010 is IHC. Let's take this. Now we have to see what all vendors are there in 101000. Any vendors? No vendors. Yes, there is a test vendor, but I have to create a vendor, intercompany vendor of FK01 of 1110, right? So I'll create an organization. This is okay. This I'll close. Name, let's say the name of that was 1110. That is fine. Search term 1110. Language EN. Country. Which country it was? Let's say DE. And it is extended to company code 1000. It's a vendor of company code 1000. Payment terms and payment method. That is okay, I think, right? Because we will do that through F110. Reconciliation account, I have to find a reconciliation account. Okay, perfect. So less. What other grouping I have? So this is the business partner. This is the intercompany vendor, let's say, of. Does this say this is an intercompany vendor? Yes, it should. Okay. Let's say this is the vendor of, okay, trading partner I have to give. Trading partner I have to give 1110 or 1000. This is the vendor which is representing this. So trading partner will be 1000, right? 1000.
But how system will understand this will be an intercompany vendor?
In FK01, we had those groupings and all document type KR for normal vendors, and I think intercompany vendors was different. But here BP, I don't understand the FI stuff. How system will identify this as an intercompany vendor. But I'll make IHC understand that this is an intercompany vendor. So that's okay. Okay. So this with the posting key of 40 and some prepaid expense account like this. What was the prepaid expense? Okay, in 1000 we have to find something. Let's say it will ask for controlling, is it? So now this is posted with an intercompany vendor. How will I make the system How will I say that this is an intercompany vendor is through this again, same thing. Okay. ID is Euro 1, country is DE, bank key is this. This is the bank account. Now we have to create a bank account in bank area DBKA. This was right. So we'll create 1110. Create row 1110. Who is the account holder? That BP. We have to create that BP in account holder role. Okay, let's save here and let's extend it to the account holder. I'm not creating a bank area. I'm just creating an account of that vendor in the bank. Bank area is created already. Bank, this is not a bank area. This is a bank account in that bank area. Bank area is finalized. Two bank areas. These are two IHC centers. In that IHC center, you are creating one account of that vendor, of that 111010 of the subsidiary. Okay. Now this has to be defined as an account holder as well. The BP of this. So that's what I'm trying to find. Where is the account holder role?
There is one holder logo. I'm not sure whether that's the same.
Let's extend to counterparty first. And in general data, we have to extend it to a bank. Not a bank. Normally it's a bank account holder. Yeah, this holder is what? Yes, this one. Okay, let's give it to the bank only. Maybe the role was defined, the nomenclature was defined like a bank only. But this should say account holder. Name should be account holder. But it says a bank, so I'll say as a bank. Okay, and the grouping asked is TR0703. So whether TR0703, I have only external banks. Did I created this? Okay, bank. Okay, perfect. Opening date. This is just like a bank account that you open with ICICI, right? So this subsidiary is now opening an account with the bank area DBKA. So I'll say current accounts does not, okay, account holder. See here BKK account holder is not there. Then I think we have to do some changes in the BP. Here I need a account holder role. Am I not getting? I'm not getting. Okay. Let's see the BP config. Here, let's see the BP config. No, BP config, sorry. Financial supply chain, treasury, basic, here. This one. Right, partner organizations is okay, basic settings. Roles. What was the role? What was the role? TR. BKK010. BKK010. Account holder hide. Okay, great. Perfect. Save. Go to BP. Go to BP and try to find now. Save /NBP again. Go to BP, edit, and now find. Account holder is here. Save. That's it. Only the account holder enter at least one ID number where identification tab. Which ID? Control S. Here, where? Here, industry. Let's say we give one industry standard. Legal form. Legal entity. Okay, where is identification number? Down. Okay.
Here.
One identification number. Something we will add. Let's say LIE information. Some number. Yes. Save. Save. Perfect. Okay. Ready? To create a bank account. Let's see. Again, /n F9K3 F9K1. Okay. 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 Current accounts. Account number is invalid. Why? Maybe internal account. Why it says account number is invalid? Okay. Why it says account number is invalid? I'm creating a new one, right? Create. I want to give this account number. I want to give this account holder. I want to give a product, let's say internal account. GL variants are different than the bank area. So yeah. Let's delete this. I'll tell you the config. Don't worry about the config. I'm just trying to kickstart, do initial setup, and why it says is invalid. Okay. Send to bank area. अपने आप लेगा क्या? 010199. It took ZZZ before, huh? So, this is okay. Here it will exit 3. I'll don't have an account, or I have an account. I don't have an account, so I want to create an account in DBKA. That is fine. Okay, maybe DBKA USD account. Okay, USD, and account holder is this. Account. Okay, let's not put USD. Let's put 1, 2, 3. This is the first account. Okay. So let's say 1,000, and account number of the subsidiary 2 is 1110. It's a euro account. It has been opened on 37. The account holder of this is this vendor. Okay, this vendor is an intercompany vendor who holds this account number in the bank DBKA. This is the IHC bank. This is the account number of subsidiary 2, because the vendor of subsidiary 2 holds this account in this bank. Perfect? Makes sense? That's why I created that. Okay, now I'll just see the other thing and save it. Limit I don't need. This is okay. Statements is okay. That is okay. Control S. Okay, same partner with the correspondence as well. As a bank statement recipient, this is a correspondent recipient. So let's say this only, and Finsta. This is the bank statement recipient. So if I extend, because you understood, no, we have that bank statement and the GL transfer both generated for the subsidiary. So I'll extend this partner as a bank statement recipient. So again, I have to go to that config, I think here, and go back and be BKK 30 and don't hide. Okay, so don't hide and go /NBP. No, /NBP. Edit. Now cancel. Edit. Okay, so correspondence. It has to be bank statement recipient. Okay, maybe let's see. This is saved, and I give that BP same BP as bank statement recipient. Now it will come and I give same BP. Okay, so but we will go to the first part of the process once we are done with the bits and pieces of the configuration. So I was just creating a master data. Okay, so internal netting, the first part of the process says subsidiary triggers a payment. So subsidiary, how it will trigger a payment? It will first, an invoice will be created in the subsidiary, then it will do F110 to trigger a payment. For that F110, we made that FBZP, we saw that FBZP config, we saw that payment method was internal payment method. we saw the payment method was pointing to an IDoc creation. We saw that, right? So let me quickly show you again. The first part of the process is here in FBZP. It is done through F110 transaction, but first we have to identify which payment method for country DE. So for country DE, we identified this payment method. Now this was an internal payment method which will go through IHC. Here we understood that an IDoc is linked to that payment method, so IDoc will be created. Okay. Okay. Then we, while doing the variant in F110, while actually when the subsidiary is sending the payment to the bank, to the IHC bank, then we have to set up a variant of this program. This program will generate an IDoc, but the variant will help how the IDoc will be generated, whether the checkbox is ticked and all. We will see that there. But the prerequisite of the configuration is this, that the payment method should have the IDoc generation capability, and it should be an internal payment method.
So if I try to understand this process, what we saw just now doesn't work for customer. It is only for a vendor payment. Is my understanding correct?
It works for customers. You can do this for a customer payment as well. Somebody did a FB70, no? Because an invoice is an invoice. If I have a 31, I have a credit of you see what I mean? If F110 can pick up something as an invoice, then that's okay for me. So prerequisite, what you have to check is the payment method, whether it generates an IDoc, the invoice in the name of the customer, in your case, for example, a customer, does that customer have a bank account in the IHC bank? Then only you can send that invoice to the IHC, no? Then only IHC will understand that yes, this customer has a bank with me and I'll do intercompany netting. Okay. The subsidiary from which company code you are sending, it should also have an account with IHC. Then only IHC will understand that this is for me, this payment is for internal netting or for POBO. Okay, so I'm just trying to maintain all of those master data or all of those settings upfront. So when we trigger F110, an IDoc is created and it is automatically sent outside to IHC. Okay, that's why I created the bank account of this subsidiary. This is the vendor 1000 should also have a bank account. You're right. So this is the account number of, we'll use both accounts together. Okay, so one account is this, the other account we also need, from which the payment is coming. So what I'll do is, so in this case, this is internal netting. So I need two accounts. One is for the intercompany vendor, that is also a subsidiary, that should also have an account in the bank, and from the subsidiary where you are triggering the payment. So if I am a vendor, okay, yeah, I'll maintain your bank account to which I will make the payment. That is just for picking up the payment method and the bank, but that can be controlled through F110 as well. Okay. So it is normally for a BP when they have given it for a vendor as well, that F110 will directly pick it up if you don't maintain the ranking orders or stuff. But we can give it directly in F110. I think this is only for your treasury transactions where you have time difference between payments and deal display, right? You need to see those payment details captured. So that's why it is mapped to the vendor itself upfront, mapped to the business partner itself upfront. But that is not necessary. Those are not FI necessary settings that can be controlled through F110 as well. That through which bank the payment will go. Okay, but I have to create. I created the bank account of the subsidiary in this, and I have to create the bank account of other subsidiary. So I'll say 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm creating both the subsidiary accounts. So let's say first one, you can say either ways. So if first one was yours, then this is mine. If first one was mine, then this is yours. So I'll create a 1, 2, 3, 4. and I'll create. Account holder is the 1000. Now the 1000 business partner should be the account holder. Let's see here. This is 1000, the vendor of 1000 subsidiary in country DE. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DE. To less grouping, we gave it as vendor to less display co-edit account holder, where it is account holder to less required street information. To less did that go? ये देखे content एक कर गया वो आईडी नंबर वो बहुत ही बेकार है go up, go here, go up, give something here. This is not moving yet. Okay, ID number we gave here. Let's say I gave an industry, and then ID number will come. Paste down, paste down. Okay, let me give an industry. Standard industry. Down. Something wrong with the interface. Here.
To you have to remove that IT industry,
yeah.
I think.
आ गया okay, we did a legal. Let's remove this in industry Y. Control S. ठीक है? Okay, perfect. Account holder of 1000, now 1000. So this is the 1000 ka partner and this is the 1000 ka account. The other one is the okay. Any other input I have to give? Partner again. I'll extend this to bank statement or correspondence recipient. Control S. Yes. Here it will come. Okay. Perfect. Save. Okay. Let's give that data. Netting group IHC. Authorization group once again. Control S. So two accounts I have created. This is master data. This is just like a bank account that we create. In IHC, a bank account is an internal account within the bank of IHC. Okay. So F9K3 and all of that stuff, we will come back to it again and again because this is the heart of IHC. So account numbers, two account numbers which belongs to two different subsidiaries which are trying to interact with each other are created now. Okay. You have to mention account currency here.
Okay.
Okay. It's a choice. There are some settings where you can settle other currencies through this account as well, but not preferred. Since you have these are virtual accounts, no, why do you want to incur the foreign currency conversions? If the invoice is in euro, means the customer has sent you, or the intercompany customer has sent you an invoice in euro, right? So he
Correct.
wants the money in euro. So you make the payment from your euro account. You can make the payment from your INR account as well, but then again it will convert. External banks, it's okay to create one account because you don't want to pay the annual and
Mm,
maintenance
mm,
and other
mm.
fees. But internal bank, it is, since this is internal, no, you can create as many number. Why do you want to incur fees? So you can have, normally you have that. So one subsidiary will have 10 different accounts in currency. So whatever they used to have with external bank, Euro, INR, USD, GBP, all those four bank accounts will now be created here. That's a clearing partner account. So 1010 is this. This is the bank area, no? This is the IFC.
Okay.
This is 1010. This is
Okay.
this is the account holder or account of 1000 in this bank, and the other
Mm,
one was this. This is the account of 1110 in this bank.
mm.
So both subsidiaries has an account with this bank, and this bank itself is 1010. Whenever there's an invoice to be paid to this vendor, settle with this account under this bank. Okay. There are configurations in the system where the system will understand, okay, this bank was an internal bank to which the payment is going to. So I'll do internal netting in IHC. Okay. In case of an external vendor, this bank will be an external bank. The beneficiary bank will be an external bank. So IHC will understand, okay, one leg debit is coming from subsidiary. I'll debit the subsidiary leg. But the credit information, I don't have an account with me for the credit, which account to credit. So because that is a external vendor, and all the payment, all the details of the beneficiary bank and other details are coming in the payment order. So what I'll do is I'll pass this on to the external bank for a POBO. That's how a POBO is different from an internal netting. This is from here only. Okay. If I give an external bank key and an external bank account number through routing configuration, system will understand that this is a POBO. This goes through a POBO. If I give an internal bank key and internal bank account number I created here, right? Just now. So if I give an internal, I maintained, this was the BP of 1000, right? So I maintained an account of 1000 in the bank of 1010 DBKA. This is the bank key of 1010 DBKA. I'll save this and I'll open another business partner which we had done before, 00010. So this is the vendor of 1110 and the bank account of this is, we created first 123. Okay, so save. Okay, now I think we are ready except some W20s maybe. Let's see. Second business partner should be your customer. You're right. But we are not posting an invoice to that. We'll see that once we are clearing this. So as of now, I just created as a business partner in the role of correspondent recipient and account holder. I don't need a vendor role or a customer role for the subsidiary 2, for the subsidiary 1. You see my point?
Okay,
Subsidiary 1 can be a vendor, can be a customer. Again, you can assign this to a customer later because those debit and credit you have to do with respect to that. No, when you are going to raise an invoice in the customer of subsidiary 1 with the company code of subsidiary 2, then you can create that. But I needed that for my other roles. I needed that for account holder and correspondence recipient, the other business partner. So this is a business partner for me with respect to IHC. This is a customer for you when we have to create the invoices on the other side. Okay. As of now, it doesn't matter. For IHC doesn't matter whether this is a vendor or a customer. Only the account holder and correspondence recipient matters.
okay.
Okay. When we create an invoice on the other side, because one invoice vendor paid to the vendor, the other leg of the invoice, because we will see the bank statement clearing and all of that. So then we will create it as a customer and create the invoice. So we can do that. Okay. So let's save this. Let's now do the process. Here, let's do it here. FT, no, FT slash n F11. You saw the invoice is already created, right? So let's take another parameter. Due by 37 0 from this method, and now we have to see whether the same thing was extended for 1000. We saw it for 1010, right? We have to see it for 1000 as well. For country, DE is okay, but for company code, whether this is extended methods in company code, 1000 even doesn't have payment method. Copy 1000. Okay, so 1000 is done here. 1000 is done. Country wise, 1000 I don't need. Bank determination wise, 1000. Oh my god, accounts. This has okay, perfect. Let's do it with and no, we have to go through NWBC. Okay, and EDI profile will give data So this is fine, but it can only have an account from NWBC. So you understood this, no? So if subsidiary has to send, then it has to say my bank from which I make the payment is in-house. We have to do this configuration as well. It was done for 1010, but since payment is made, payment is triggered from subsidiary 1000, then you have to say that my from where the payment will go is through IHC. Okay, so you have to make this configuration as a house bank of that subsidiary. Previously, what happened was this is a classic case which you can understand. So when IHC was not implemented, subsidiary 1000 made all of its payments through City US. Okay, this was an external bank, all of the payments. Let's say it was only trading in USD. It has only accounts in USD. So it was making all of the USD payments through City US. Now, since it was incurring many annual fees and charges, what business management did, they implemented IHC. So they will close this account. They will close this Citibank account to IHC account. Okay, this is their in-house bank. Here, whatever account I give, because I created an house bank, right? So in the house bank in MWBC, I have to give an account as well. I don't know why this is not working. This has to work to create an account, right? This has to work. No other way, because it will exit me to Fury. So if anyone from support, do we have the Fury link, or we can do /n there will go Fury as well. /n UI2 FL. Five. Okay, create a bank account with this. It's not possible. But I need a bank account. So FI12 _ 1000. I created a house bank, but I need a bank account. Bank account assigned to this. That is how, which I will assign like from here, where I created the banks, right? F9K3. So this bank account will be assigned to the subsidiary here. Invoice with the vendor. From the vendor payment transaction, system will understand to which bank account the credit entry will be made.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following transaction codes is used to create a cash operation in IHC? Option A, FBC1, option B, FF5, option C, FKOM, option D, FCCL. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing finances? Our SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC course is here to guide you. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC. It's like a toolkit for handling financial stuff, ensuring smooth transactions from start to finish. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to make learning easy and answer any questions you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. And the best part, it won't cost you a fortune. This amazing opportunity to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC expert? Enroll on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So we are trying to create an account, bank account. I think this role is full role, so we have to find the place. Okay, we'll find it here. Where is FWZ? Before that, let me give you the brief. This is what you are trying to understand, right? Sub-account, subsidiary 1, which is an IHC of 1010, which is a subsidiary of 1010. 1010 is IHC, has to interact with 1110 subsidiary, okay, through internal netting arrangement. So for that, we are trying to create a house bank account for subsidiary 1000, which will lie in IHC. Perfect. For that, we have logged to NWBC. Previous ECC versions, you can create it in FBZP, but accounts have become a master data for S4. So we will try to find those business transactions, payment transactions, and payment request, no, payment handling. Okay, accounts, receivables, payables, business transactions, outgoing payments, automatic outgoing payments. Okay, this is FBZP, and here we have a function to find create house banks. What is this? Tables, close. Tables, columns. Let's see. Bank is also created account. We'll see. This is bank key FI03. This is not FIH bank. Here, let's see master data. House banks. Okay, let's display. Let's see whether account also comes in. Okay. Company code 1000. So two banks are there. if I have to create a bank account. So this is same as your F512H bank. $1,000. Find the bank account. Bank master report is create change. Okay. Display. This is something else. This is my key. Maybe here. Okay. You guys are working on ECC or how it is? Can you hear me? How do you create the external accounts from which the system makes the payment?
We use ECC only.
ECC only, na? So there is no search button. I have to search for the bank accounts to be created. So I have to go into each and automatic payment, let's say payment, online payment, and cross media is PM1. Online payment is here. So no input. Maintain bank accounts. Maintain bank accounts. So a cash manager role. Okay, let's close. Count. Okay, let's see others. This is not cross application. Cross application, not counting, it has to be tools. Let's see tools. Accounting. Let's go NWBC from here. Let's see what happens. Yes, like this. And I want a role here, which is SAP SFIN Cash Manager. Like this. Let's see whether the role exists. Yes, exactly. So here maintain, manage bank accounts. Within the cash manager role itself, okay, it can come through the other one as well, what we have seen before, no? So we had to drill down and find the cash manager in the bank account management. But so I did a NWBC here, NWBC, okay, enter, and it will open in the Internet Explorer. Then it will ask you for a role. I knew the role. Role was SAP _SFIN _cash _manager. I opened that role and it directly went to the cash manager role. If I had clicked on NWBC, there was NWBC also there, no? It should have taken me to the full screen where I have to drill down into accounting and find and come here somewhere, okay? But this directly takes me to the cash manager. Here I will maintain the bank accounts of the house bank which we have created for 1000. So 1, 2, 3 was for 1, 2, 3, 4 was for 1000. Okay, meanwhile we can see the invoice. FB03 was the invoice, right? FB03. Okay, I have, and I'll create. Not this account list. Okay. No, not this. Okay, let's find the document number. I created something yesterday. On this allow. Stay on this page. New bank account. Did I create something yesterday with my name? Oh, no, let me check it. Why? Okay, so this is the account which will be opening in FI. So opening date, let's say 31.7/2021. We will open 2030. Insert 30. Company code was 1000. This is a bank account of 1000. Account holder was 1, 2, or we will just give the name sub 1. Okay. Bank country of this was DE. DE. Bank key was 111 something. We'll do an F4. Meanwhile, this is the invoice we created in 1000. Yes. So this is the invoice which will try to route through IHC. Okay, DE is 111. I need a 111 here. I have a 111 at the bottom. Yes. And currency was euro. Okay. Description was subsidiary 1 IHC account. Account type is always current. Current internal. Okay. Current internal. Okay. And additional data. Save and submit. Okay. But I have to attach it to a house bank. Let's see. This is the invoice which we posted with a vendor as another subsidiary too. So we'll try to clear it. Yeah, this is not a new process. This will be set up. This will be set up already for you. Yes. So previously what was happening was when you create a bank account from here, no, house bank, it gives you, it allows you to create the house bank account as well directly. Right. But that now previously it was a configuration because this is configuration. Now it has become master data. Every system you have to do it. your development, your consolidation, your quality and production. So every system you have to go to NWBC and create one account. So this account is created now. I didn't give the bank account. This is the one I created right now. Bank sub account is created, but I think again this is an approval mechanism here. Yeah, will approve. I triggered something. This is not correct. SBWP. Now it will go for an approval. I don't want the approval to happen. Okay, I created. I didn't give the account number. Already in approval. Who will approve it? This is okay. This I started. So SWIA. Let's see whether I can approve as an admin. No. 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 1836. 1830. Cannot approve. Event is triggered, but we have to find someone to approve, and that is an error. I want to switch off approval for bank account, BAM. So I'll just go here and see whether I can do that. Bank, not bank account, cash management, bank account management, and basic settings. No. Event linkage type. What is the workflow called? FCLM CR 151. Object would be my BOR only. Let's untick all. Change view. Can we untick all? I don't want an linkage activated. But what is my event? Let's see. Okay, activities, available objects. This is how to find. How to find. This is this. Log is this. What is my object? My object is FCLMCR, but it's not showing here. FCLMCR object is, event is here, object is here. So object, if I try to drill down, Object is FCLM, 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 FCLM. No, without approval, it will you have to switch off approval someday. There is no way we can create an account without switching off the approval. No, or we can define some responsibilities. What is the rule FCLM? Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Can you open that SWBP?
SWBP. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, error is okay, but I want to switch off the workflow itself. Here, maintain event in type linkage and FCLM CR object. Okay, remove both the events. Okay, perfect. Let's try that when the server is up. It's working, yeah. Okay. Okay. Leave this page. So here we will untick. Let's find object type. Where is the type of function module? I want object type. Object type. Let's see. I will do CS. FCLM. Do I have an FCLM? I don't have an FCLM. Why? FCLM. Here. This one we will turn off. Okay. So we'll save this and we will do an WPC again. Okay, manage bank accounts. New bank. Did we create 37 2021? Holder sub 1. Bank country DE. Bank key is 111 something. Currency is euro. Account number is 1000. Okay, this one. Description is sub 1. Account type is 02. Perfect. Let's try and see. Save as active. Yes. So no workflows triggered and it is saved as active. But how do I link it to my bank account? House bank. Account operations or additional data. Attachment. Okay. Let's see on the Bank name is sub fuzzy search. Let's see. This is the one we created. Yeah. Connectivity path. Edit. Add. House bank account ID. Let's say Euro 01. Okay. And GL account. We have to find a bank GL account. Let's see. Go. Bank account 1000. Okay, and this is okay. DBKA is fine. Euro 01, and let's save as active. No payment signatory. I don't want payment signatories, and this is fine. This is created. Okay. This should now, because the workflow is not active, this should directly come here. F11CU maybe. Let's see. The seat account SC16N T012K. T012K. Company code 1000. Let's say what all we have. We have the account which is flown now to SAP. Okay, from NWDC with this. Okay, so now this we will maintain in, because we have to pay the invoice from this company code with the payment method which we copied. We again have to maintain this configuration. So where is 1000 by 1000 is not coming. 1000 has a bank account. Paying company. Okay. Here paying company codes. Okay. New entries. Go back. Copy. 1000. Save. Go back. Payment methods and company code. This is okay. And is extended. So and we will use bank determination. This and bank accounts. Can I copy from here? Yes, I can. Scroll down. And here is and. This is and. Okay. Control Y. And I copy this account. Go back. Assign it to this account. Edit. New entries. Paste. Enter. Euro 01. This does not exist in as a GL account. Slash show FS00. Okay. Let's take this. Slash and FS00. This account in 1000 we will create with template. This account from 1010, right? So save it. Oh, group and okay. Account group. Okay, let's see. Account group. Vulnerabilities. Incomes. Expenses. Assets. I need a bank clearing accounts for 1000. Let's find one. IHC clearing rather. So let me take the final itself. We'll see the accounting later. This is done. Okay. This is done. I don't need a ranking order. Available amounts I can do quickly. For house bank DBKA account ID Euro 01. Currency is euro. I can say more. Okay. So save it. Let's do this. Save it. Perfect. So I'm done with my configurations now. Good. Let's now create F110 for that invoice. Now, any questions till here? We took a lot of time to set up things, but it might have, it was a quite beneficial thing for you guys. For wherever I went, how I created accounts, how I switched off the workflow. So all of that stuff you saw, but that is all FI. Okay. Once I do the F110, a payment order which is created, that will start the IHC process. Okay. As of now, we were only talking about FI. So if I just try to create a F110 with company code 1000 and payment method is and next is this, and my vendor was from the, this will cancel. Oh, all company codes, copy. You see the setting here. This is FBZP pure FI setting. Before IHC, whenever you want to send an on behalf payment, no, you use this setting. Okay, when IHC was not there, this was quite simple one where you send the on behalf payments. The paying company code was a different than the sending company code, and all of this segregation happened in F110. And external payment was sent by this company code instead of the subsidiary company code. So this was small 0.001% of IHC. Just a moment. Yeah. So this was small IHC which was done through the FIA thing only, where the on behalf payment was made through the paying company code. It was all segregated in F110. All of the things happened in FBZP, but just the on behalf was sent through paying company code. Reconciliation was a mess in this setup. That's why we have IHC now, which is a big module. Okay. So just for your understanding, now this will take, what was my vendor? I had a vendor FB03. Yes, this is my invoice. My vendor account is this. So I'll put a vendor here. I put a vendor here. Let's see a document. Internal netting process, but as of now, we are trying to execute an invoice by the subsidiary. As of now, we have not reached IHC. Okay, so this invoice we saw, no, that invoice was raised against this subsidiary by this subsidiary. Okay, so now we will pay this invoice and we set up all those banking parameters and all of that stuff just to make this pay from the subsidiary of 1000 to IHC. So it doesn't go through the external bank, it goes through the IHC itself. Okay, that IHC. Let me see the variant. It should be 1000 here, and bank is DBKA. Generate IDocs quickly. Payment method was and, right? And. So and. Just go back. This is okay. Save data and proposal. Let's see what we got. Okay, let's see the proposal. Okay, in red, We have to see why. The payment methods are not getting picked. Maybe vendor we didn't give the payment methods, but we'll give it here. Here it is, and here it is DBKA, and here it is Euro 01. This is the account we created, right? Yes, account is here. Okay, perfect. We have given the payment details to this. Everything is fine. So this should be turned to green, ready for payment. This all process, you know, right? F110, you're doing this for your customer invoices.
Yes.
See, as of now, we are only talking about FI. IHC has not started. We are just quickly running through FI, how it starts, the process starts from FI. I think, yes, there is a workflow mechanism. For F111 I know, but F110 I'm not sure.
Okay.
If F111 is there, yes, F110 will be there. But again, you have BCM. Why do you want to put approvals in the process here if you have BCM? I think, yes, maybe through the roles you can stop only till proposal. One user can only do proposal, other user can only do payment run. Roles is one, and workflow mechanism is also there. That after parameters enter or after proposal entry, workflow gets triggered, and only once that is approved, payment run can be done.
Okay.
Payment run is running. Let's see. Proposal was fine. Payment run. This takes time. You might know these creates batch jobs at the background. Okay, so if I just see the batch jobs, if I just open it up, F110 and F111, whenever you execute them, these creates the batch job with the proposal and with the payment run. Okay, this is finished. Why this didn't turn? Yes, now it turned. But posting is done for one order and complete one order. So now we have to do the printout. Okay, printout creates your data medium in XML or in DME and all, where you have to send the external settlements. So in that case, XML files or your other format files are created. In this case, an IDoc we will be generating. We'll see whether that IDoc goes to IHC or not. If not, we will make some more config. Okay, you're okay with this printout, right? You know this printout. What is this printout? Okay, now it says the variant is nothing selected. Why? Because it was 1,000 invoice. It was a payment method, and why it didn't get selected? My document was coming from 1,000, and my payment method will be in more data. No additional data here or no? I don't know. This is FI. Where is my house bank and all data in the expense? Huh? Here the payment method, yes. So payment method is not picked because this says, see, if I see the logs, no, the printout logs, it says no record selected. Okay, so I'll do SC38, not like this. I'll open another window here, SC38. This is just a program, okay? So an IDoc generating program. If I do a variant of all thousands with the execute, this was 3107-2021. Identification feature is TR. This, okay. This is okay. Paying company code is 1000. This is okay. Payment method is F4 and AND. DE and, right? Let me trigger if it takes no record selected. Why? We have to see why no record was selected. Payment run, let's see. Schedule after run. Okay. Why it says no record selected? Within 1000, if I remove this, okay, T by T R is it? Ends with an R. But this is only for a triple one. No. Let's say only 1000. Why no record selected? Generate, okay. LP01, printer, immediate. Do not generate this, do not generate this. Payment document number, if we find from added payment or payment document, let's find from here. C69 REGUH, right? Run on 31/07/2021 F8. Yes, this is my, and I have a payment document number as this. Let's see whether the program finds the payment document number. Scroll up, 1000, sending is 1000 F8. F8. Okay, remove this. Remove this. What can be the problem? IDoc is no record selected. Okay. __ bank. EDI. This is fine. Did we say in company code here? This I don't know about. Payment per due date, that's okay. Payment method, country is same for everything. Why US? Oh. Same thing, it should be same. It's okay. It also generates IDoc here. It should generate, why it says no record selected. Oof. This FI stuff is quite tricky. We did 1000. 1000 is EDI capable. Yes, EDI. Okay. Okay. 20 and vendor is okay. Logical system, that is okay. Business partner, okay. Business partner, that business partner, okay. This one with a copy, and partner is 12000010, right? Partner type is GP, and we do a Finsta for this. That's fine. This is fine. This partner is okay, and bank was 111, which is fine. It generates a PEXT, this bank, whenever this bank comes in, this is fine. This should be fine. IDoc should be generated. Why the IDoc? Because stupid test system has a lot of things to do. Again, generate a printout. And let's see. No, it is the same thing as we did through SC38. No. Okay, let's run it blank. 3107 F8. I don't know, yaar, why the IDoc. This is stupid FI system. I don't know. Okay, so do you want me to jump to IHC, because we cannot waste more time onto this? But you understood the process, right? With the F110, an IDoc will be created. In your system, what do you use? You use XML files, DME?
For some client XML, some CSV.
CSV files, okay. So CSV also I think, how do you, through DME itself, no?
Yes, yeah, DME.
Through DME only. So IDocs, creating this IDocs is a big headache here. This is stupid system. So this program will find the run and will create an IDoc. That IDoc is an outbound IDoc from this subsidiary. Okay, when I execute the payment run, that IDoc is an outbound IDoc. There will be an inbound IDoc, because I did WE20 and WE21 settings. So these settings I did. Whenever a bank of this nature is coming, it will generate a PEXT IDoc and will be received by the IHC system through these settings. This is 1 and this is 2. Okay, there will be a port which is for IHC. So this port it is released to, and through this port the incoming IDoc is created. So creating IDocs is all FI. If we get stuck here, this might waste a lot of time. Okay, so let's quickly, from here, this process you understood, no? From here, let's go to IHC and see how the payment order will look like. Okay, quickly, FBZP, payment methods in country. And so DME is this, PMW. Here it will correspond to the DME formats. This is IDocs.
Correct.
Here you go,
Okay.
say the, and all those WE20, WE21, WE1902, you see those IDocs. That is IDoc management.
Okay.
Okay. So let's assume the IDoc was created and IDoc was opened in IHC. And now in IHC, I'll show you how this payment run will open up as a payment order. Okay. So we'll create a manual payment order, IHC, internal 1 IP. This is an internal transaction. So all these transactions, you don't need to call, but this will directly create a payment order from the IDoc itself. IDoc creates, finds, contains all the data which you enter in this payment run, okay, through that document as well. It contains all the data of the payer and the beneficiary details. From the vendor accounts, it picks up the beneficiary. From your own house bank FBZP, it picks up the external banks. Okay. From there, all of that data in the IDoc will be given to the payment order in this form. So payment order will look like, because I said DBKA, right, as the bank of this subsidiary. If I just quickly show you the proposal, in the proposal, I said here, this should be paid from the in-house bank of DBKA account ID Euro 01. This is the 1000 account number or the account ID with the in-house bank. This is same as your normal concept. With Citibank, you have this account, right? This is account ID. At the back, there is an account number, which we saw in the NWBC. We can see in F512 H Bank as well. So this subsidiary has an account with this bank, this IHC bank, and the account is Euro 01, which opens up into a actual account number which we created in IHC. Okay. So pair will be your account number 100,110 Euro 1. So BAM and all of your, because they want to add more features to the account creation, they want to add workflows, they want to add payment signatories. So that's why they took the total account management to NWDC or Fury. But yes, you are right. In ECC, it will be directly through FBZP, house bank creation, account creation in as a configuration, no master data. Okay, so you can see this, the pair was this account, right? This is the account of, this whole combination means this account number in IHC. This is what we created in IHC F9K3. This whole combination. 1000 account with DBKA bank with an account ID of Euro 01 pans out to be this account. This system will automatically find. From where FBZP, we have given that account number there. From it, there it will say that Euro account has to be debited as a pair. Okay. Transaction amount was how much? This much euros. So I'll say this much and a euro. And the other account, which is 120, I'll show you that as well. The other account, which is in this vendor, directly can we open? No. So let's open here, job overview, FK03. Vendor is 1200010. Payment transactions. So in treasury also, it's one exposure for cash management FKM flow. In FIN, in FICO, it's all your BSID, BSAD is there, but everything gets consolidated to SEC DOCA.
And in treasury, what you said? One flow.
One, FKM flow, one exposure. That is for cash management.
Okay.
Okay, previously cash management was FDES, FDE, FD something. So now everything gets consolidated to FKM underscore flow. Okay, so I was showing this bank account is your vendor bank account, right? And this is also an in-house account within the in-house cash bank. So this bank account system will, while creating the payment order, system will pick up this bank account and put it here. Now you see all the information which I'm showing you is taken by the IDoc. And this information is filled up here. Amount is filled up here. Transaction type through the configuration. I'll show you once we are running through detailed configurations. It gets picked up through the configuration transaction type. The transaction amount is in the IDoc. Transaction currency is in the IDoc. The account number from which the payment is coming is from the FBZP contained in the IDoc. The account number from which to which the payment is going is in the vendor master payment transaction tab is in the IDoc. Okay, all of this information comes in the IDoc. And it opens up as a payment order. It creates a payment order. Okay, the GL transfer might not be set up. So these payment nodes, now it can be used. So payment nodes, we can also configure that, put some payment nodes on the payment order. Something like this payment was final date this, sub 1 to sub 2, something like this. Subsidiary, we can say 1000 to 1110. So all of these payment notes, while we send the bank statement back, no, you understand, we talked about the bank statement will be sent to the debited account and the credited account at the end of the day by IHC. This is IHC. These are the two subsidiary accounts. Okay. You understand, we talked about the bank statement being sent. Now the bank statement will contain these notes. For vendor, it is quite simple. For customer, these notes are required to do the subledger clearing. So here normally we put the payment notes, normally we put that this account number, which is the customer one, which is receiving, so that should be listed either with the vendor number or the subsidiary number. So system is able to identify in the bank statement that customer subledger has to be cleared, because customer will not do F110. Only the vendor, only one subsidiary one will do F110, subsidiary two will not do F110. So through the intercompany processes, I don't know the full FI part, but when you create an invoice in one company code and you have the intercompany linking configuration in place, a customer invoice is also created in the company code of the vendor and the customer account of the previous company code. So this linkage is there in FI, can be automatically created, but I don't know the configuration and stuff because that is FI. Okay, so this is fine. Any questions here if you want to ask?
So Virat, once we run the F110, so this IDoc will system will create automatically.
Yes. So once you run the F110 of this payment run and do the printout, or you take the create payment medium in payment run, it will create automatically, just like your payment media, no? It will create automatically through this variant. And let's see whether we have another variant. Let's once more, let's try this variant and let's see whether it creates. So 1000, should it create? This is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Yeah, let's see, let's try our luck again. So once you do this, just to explain you, once you do this, an IDoc will be generated. IDoc will have all the information, but here no IDoc is getting generated. So we have to see, because this is quite technical, and IDoc, why it is not generated and all of that stuff. But once the IDoc is generated, it will be an outbound IDoc. So outbound IDocs are in W02 are with these messages 03 and end message delivered to the port 03. Inbound are having messages like 53 and all. So as of now, no IDocs are generated. I think the ALE connection itself is not set up. So maybe the IDocs itself cannot be generated. No. Or I can put a 6 here. No. No IDocs. So IDocs are not getting generated in the system itself. But once you once that IDoc, outbound IDoc is processed with the 03 status, an inbound IDoc will be generated and it will be processed with the 53 status. Okay. So inbound IDoc will be generated from the outbound IDoc, which is sent from F110, and inbound IDoc will open up as a payment order. Okay, payment order number will be there in the message of the IDoc. When you open the IDoc in W02, you will see the payment order number generated. Then you go to IHC 0 and see that payment order and finally post it. So this creation, what we are doing, is done by the IDoc. All of this data is coming from the IDoc itself. You can see the payer information, the payee, the recipient information, all of this is captured. Once we post it, a number, payment order number will be created. Okay, so payment order number, this is created. Same thing you will see in the IDoc. Same way that payment order, once you open that inbound IDoc W02, you open that IDoc and see the 53 message status and drop down that, you will see same text there that payment order, this bank, DBKA, this bank area, and payment order number with the year is created, which is what I'm creating manually. And we'll do one that process, other process as well. If you have any concerns about the process, because this will keep getting complex once we move forward. So anything here, if you don't understand, just let me know. We created an invoice, we created F110. IDocs were not created by us. It's very difficult to do that because this is test system. But let's say IDocs were created, both the IDocs were created, and that opened up as a payment order here like this. Now this payment order will be in parked or change status only, or flag for posting, whatever configurations we do. We have to post this payment order finally. Okay. When now you relate it to the process flow that we did, when IHC posts the payment order finally, the debit and credit happens. Okay. Then only the debit on this account and the credit on this account will happen. Okay. When that happens, when we post the payment order finally, you will see here the payment items again related to your account, because GL transfer is not set up. I'll set that up quickly. Once you post the payment item, payment order, payment on the other leg, and IHC payables and receivables on the other leg. Okay, so how the accounting will work here, quickly we will see again visually as well. The account to which the payment was made from subsidiary 1000, the account to which the payment was made is this. And this is in the vendor master of that vendor. Account from which the payment was made is this. And this is in the house bank settings of FBZP. This is the own bank account of 1000 from which the payment is to be made. But this bank is again not an external bank. This bank is an IHC. So this bank account, and to which bank account the payment is to be made, because the vendor is also your vendor. It's an intercompany vendor. It's your own subsidiary. So that subsidiary also have a beneficiary account in the same bank, but the in-house bank. 1000 I did F10. So your debit account was picked as this here. 10,000, 1,000 is making the payment. No, it does not get credited. It's an account. Just like your, if I say I'll debit your ICI account.
Type.
It's not accounting. It's bank accounting. It's the bank accounts. If I say debited, my account is debited. Money goes out always. No? Leave the books aside. This is a bank.
Okay.
The vendor subsidiary to bank account was, bank account was picked from the vendor master. This bank account was picked to which the payment will be done. So this is credited.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in try to relate this with IHC and normal scenario. Normally in this case, this account is with your Citibank, right? Where subsidiary one wants to make a payment to subsidiary true. This account is with Citibank. This account is also with Citibank or JPMC.
Okay.
So when you do the payment through subsidiary one, this account gets in Citibank. This account we send the payment instructions externally to Citibank through an XML or through a CSV. This gets to Citibank through F110 and those middlewares and all of those Swift and all. And they debit your external account and send the money to the account of subsidiary 2 in JPMC. So these are external bank accounts in case of external case. Now these accounts are not your external accounts in case of IHC. These are with the same bank. Same IHC bank treasury has opened, so you can send your payment to the same bank account within IHC, and from the vendor information it will pick the other bank account from the same IHC and it will debit your account, it will credit your account, settle everything internally. Nothing goes out. Accounting document is this. Accounting, do not confuse bank debit and credit with accounting debit and credit. These are different. Okay. Here, what we did was we created an invoice and paid that invoice.
Correct.
The vendor gets debited. Vendor was credited when invoice was created against expense,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now vendor gets debited, vendor account gets cleared. Now your entry is credited against the IHC clearing. Now, third line is where you cannot post entry of any other company code GL in this company code. No, it can identify, but why do I need all of this stuff? This is not required for IHC. Whatever you do here for FI reconciliation, you do that. Intercompany reconciliation between vendor and customer subsidiaries. For IHC, I just require a payment order, and how do you clear this is not my concern. Okay. I just send you a bank statement. You want to manipulate that bank statement, do that. Want to add trading partners. If trading partner I think is added here, it will automatically create an intercompany entry in the customer as a debit customer, right? So that this is all FI.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about FI.
Okay.
I'm concerned about IHC, how the payment order reaches me. But I will help you to clear your FI entries by sending you a bank statement. Now, what you make out of that bank statement is your perspective. Okay. But as an IHC standard system, I tell you, when you do the debit of the vendor and IHC clearing account, at the end of the process, because I have debited, now this is debit bank account. Okay. This is not accounting debit. This is debit bank account of sub 1. It will do send EOD statement, and after EOD statement, the IHC clearing account in 1000 will be debited against IHC receivables payables account in 1000 will be credited. Now this is an accounting entry. This is a bank debit and credit. Whenever there's a debit on a bank account, they send you a statement, right? First, they send you an acknowledgement that this much was debited. Then after 3 months, they send you a statement. This is big organization, so they send every day. At the end of the day process, okay? We will see that chain, process chain, end of the day. They will send you a bank statement saying that IHC clearing in this is cleared when you do F110, this account is getting cleared with the bank statement, and open liability is entered against the receivables payables account in 1000. Okay. Any issues here? Anything you are not able to understand? This is FI. This is FI accounting of the subsidiary. When the payment reaches IHC, they debit and send back you a statement. We have not seen that. We have not even seen a debit account happening, because debit account will generate 2 payment items which will go through the GL transfer and create a position between subsidiary and IHC. Here, the position between subsidiary and IHC is not related. The bank statement just clears your position which is created through F110. The GL transfer will create a position between treasury and subsidiary, because yes, subsidiary is going to treasury to make the payment. No. So that's why there has to be a position between treasury and subsidiary, right? So there will be, once these payment orders I create and post this finally, there will be payment items created which can be seen here. Okay. But I have to make some config for that. Then I'll run end of the day process, F9, N10 or N11.
Okay.
We'll see that. We'll see whole of that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. No problem. No problem.
that step itself is in very initial stage. I have still not posted the payment items also.
Okay.
So I have to see the chain is also not identified. So I have to make the configurations of end of the day. When we said an invoice is created and the subsidiary, the first part of the process was subsidiary sends a payment to IHC through F110. Okay, that we have seen. That is clear. Second part of the process, IDoc is created outbound, that we have not seen, but let's assume IDoc is created outbound, inbound. Payment order is created through the inbound IDoc, that we have seen. Where is the payment order? Okay. IHC 0, you can see a payment order number 2. Okay, so that we created manually, but yes, obviously we have we have not created through the IDoc, but we have seen the payment order, how it looks like. Okay. Now the next part of the process says when IHC processes this payment order, means it will post finally. Here you can see the status as parked or changed. The status will turn to final posting, and then 2 payment items are created, right? You can see that in your PPT. Here 2 payment items will be created. Okay, when the payment item creation means a debit is actually happened on this account, a credit has actually happened on this account. What do I mean by that is, when I see these accounts, I'll explain again and again these because we have not seen the T codes as of now. F9K3 is to see the master account, the account, this data yesterday we saw, but again and again just to make sure you understand, you are well versed with the account. So we will go here. You will see that this account, there is a debit entry. When the IHC, this payment order is finally posted, link it through the process. IHC post processes the payment order. 2 payment items will be created. Payment items will be created here. One payment item means when you do a credit on this, what are the GL accounting? When you do a debit on this, what are the GL accounting? Okay, and the debit and credit will be seen here in the account statements here. So you will see all those debit and credits here in the account statement. As of now, it might not open. Okay, so here you can see the beginning balance and the opening balance of this account in this bank area. Okay, some bank statement number 1, but the balance is not debited. But once I post this finally, this account will be debited, balance will come here. Once the balance comes here, the IHC end of the day process, now the last part of the process, will generate a bank statement out of this balance and send it to the subsidiary to clear the F110 of the subsidiary. Another part of the process is it will create a GL transfer, which will post the payment items and create a position in the treasury center of the bank area with the subsidiary. So now if you want to correct the accounting, we can do that. If you want to share and correct that accounting Excel, we can do that now. Invoice you do, you debit the expense, you credit the vendor. Now between payer and receiver, you enter one more row, which is, let's say, IHC. IHC treasury company code. Here, when you say subsidiary 1, no, so write treasury company code between subsidiary 1 and subsidiary 2. Treasury company code. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now because the settlement happens between subsidiary 1 and subsidiary 2 through a company code, through treasury IHC, right? That's why it's always creates a position between one company code to the other and to the other company code to the third company. Okay, that's how the position should be created. So now this position is created through GL transfer. That's the 4th row position is created through GL transfer. The first position is created through F110 and then the bank statement gets cleared. The second position, which is treasury, is created through GL transfer. The third position is again created through the bank statement process. So now just correct column E, first row, third row, saying that IHC bank account instead of IHC bank account, put IHC receivables and payables, not the first, not the debit, the credit one. IHC payables receivables account. Okay, remove the treasury account. Yes, okay. IHC receivables payables account in 1000 company code. Now in treasury company code, when the GL transfer happens, in column E where you have written bank statement IHC, no, write /GL transfer as well. So GL transfer is only relevant for treasury company code because bank area is treasury itself. No, GL transfer post only to the treasury company code of that IHC bank. Okay, no invoices, no payments happens in IHC, only the GL transfer happens, and what it does is it will it will put that in row number 4 where you debit the IHC payables receivables and credit the technical clearing account. This is one payment item posting. One debit on an account creates one payment item posting. The credit on the customer account will create another payment item posting. Okay. So another set of payment item posting will be technical clearing account debit to receivables payables account credit. This way, treasury overall position is 0 because it takes money from one and gives to the other, right? Overall position is 0, but still it has a position with each subsidiary separate.
Right.
Right? Perfect. So this is what happens through the GL transfer. This is what we have missed. That's why we said IHC bank account, main bank account. But GL transfer completes this entry. So in row number 5, column number E as well, change IHC bank account to IHC receivables payables. Come when the bank statement is received, you will get to know the entire process. We have just covered 20%. Just created the payment order. Next part is posting the payment order. Then it is EOD where account balancing. Account balancing is for your interest and condition that happens on the account, not relevant to the process itself, but management of the account, the bank account. Just like ICI manages your bank account, no? It generates a saving interest rate that this much balance was there from April to March. Interest certificates are generated. So all that surroundings management of the account. Okay, that is EOD, but EOD has two major processes, which is bank statement, which is column E, and second is GL transfer, which is column F. The GL transfer is happening to the treasury company code, and bank statements are sent to the subsidiaries. Bank statements are not sent to the treasury company codes.
It is sent by the treasury company code to the subsidiaries, right?
Sent by the IHC center or the treasury company code to subsidiaries, but GL transfer, because bank area is treasury only, no? So GL transfer happens, the GL accounting happens only in the treasury company code and not in the subsidiary company codes. And this is how you create a position. We will improve the POBO process as well once we come to POBO. Again, there will be GL transfer on POBOs as well, right? Second part of the process. But internal netting, are you clear about this? We saw the payment order creation. Okay, so payment order is created. Until here we have seen the process. Now we will post the payment order. I know it will not get posted because the GL group and all of those payment items needs a GL transfer configuration, which we will do, but it will take time. So it says payment order was not posted because it was not able to identify the posting date is before the account opening date. Why did it pick posting date as 4/16? Oh, because end of the day, the posting date is not shifted. Should we shift? The GL accounts are there. Pair items cannot be posted.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key integration point between IHC and other SAP components? Option A, integration with SAP S4HANA Central Finance. Option B, integration with SAP Ariba. Option C, integration with SAP Extended Warehouse Management. Option D, integration with SAP Environment, Health and Safety Management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Okay, beneficiary. Okay, let's see. 3107-2021. 3107-2021. Something. Post. Why? Change the posting date. Okay. Supply chain management, IHC, periodic tasks. Here we define the sequence, specified sequence of mass processing. This is end of the day. Okay, nothing has been defined. So I have to define account balancing, a bank statement, a GL transfer here, and run this through F9 and 10. That is the end of the day process we were talking about. But I have to change the posting date. And just a moment. There is a transaction F9 HI. Change posting date IHC transaction. F9 P1. Perfect. F9 P1. F9 P1. From this to we will change 3107. 3107-2021 and save it. That's okay. Yes. So yes here, and we will try to post now. Where is my payment order? IHC 0. IHC 0 I always take to open the payment order. TBKA. My payment order is this. I'll try to post it. Let's see. Payment order not posted. Why? Because posting date is before the account opening date. Now I can change the posting date, is it? The value date and the value date. Now can I post? Again same, or we'll create one more because we changed the posting date. Okay, let's create a quickly because it won't take time. One ISP, same thing, the payment of this, scroll down with account number 123, and that's okay. Payment notes will not give. Enter and post. Again it says not posted. Why? Transaction type medium is not allowed in product INT. Okay, let's quickly see that. IHC, account management, payment processes, basic. DBKA, posting data. Medium is not allowed in product IHC internal. Did we do the product IHC internal? Oh. Let's see whether we can change the product. F9K2, I'll open my account and I'll see whether I can change the product. No, I cannot change once assigned. But let's see. Media one is not allowed for that product. So what is allowed? Document is allowed. This was a pair and a debit. So 2 and save, and see now with my post. Okay, no posting. Transaction type, this is not middle. I501. Is that I001? I001. I001, the final account, INT is fine. I see internal. Okay. Let's say internal credit auto with a plus I001, credit auto with a plus. Okay, let's take this. Other allowed. If 500 is allowed, then we are good. If not, we are not good. 500. Okay, transaction plus does not conquer. Okay, this was a plus. We have to do a minus, and can't we processing transactions in bank area? INTDA in BKA is final posting. That is okay. But okay, just give me a second. Find transaction type for automatic payments. With the AND, it is okay. INTTA and basic functions here. Maintain transaction types. Did we open the other one? Yes. I cannot change the product once I create the account. So my product was I001 and main check. Check this is internal payment only. That is okay. Business transaction. Okay. Save. Let's see whether my product allows this. Master data, product definition, product display. The currency changeover is euro. Master data is here. That is okay. Admin data is here. That is okay. Internal account, that is okay. Let's do this. F9K1, let's create, or let's use any other account number, or create a 5. We'll create a 5 and within account holder this, and we will not internal. This is current accounts. This is Giro IHC accounts. Okay. Enter. Go enter. IHC Giro. It might allow the internal. This is fine. This is fine. And I have to do account statements as a partner. 120011. GL group. Let's take IHC. Final. CPA current. Okay. KR admin data authorization group. Let's give 10. Save. Conditions. account balancing. Interest is, let's see, no interest, let's say. No charges, let's say. Save. 1.5 is created. Let's create a 6 with an account holder partner as 12000011. Right? 11 is fine. Interest is not no interest. Charges is no charges. Partner for statements is 11 and authorization group. Yes, this save. GL entry we have to give in account statements and control data and general ledger to this professional. Okay, 2 accounts we created. Let's see whether IHC IP, one IP goes through this 2 accounts. Number 5, let's say this was the new subsidiary account for 1000 and let's say this was 1, 2, 3, number 6. 2 accounts we created. Press enter and post. Again, not posted by. Didn't I change that config? In-house cash, account management, here and here, and here and here. And here we said, somewhere we said 500, which shouldn't be 500, which should be I001. I001. Save. Save. Okay. Okay, this is saved. Let's try to post again. Go. Yes, now finally posted. So now you will see, once this is payment order is finally posted, you will see 2 payment items created. It means that one, it actually functionally it means that the actual debit on this account happened and the actual credit on this account has happened. And this is shown in the payment items. If you see here, there are 2 payment items because 2 accounts were there. One is debited, one is credited. So one payment item means one debit on an account and one accounting entry, a full debit and credit on the GL. This is what one payment item means. So it tells you the how much the amounts were. This is debit one. I think there should be a debit credit here listed. It's not coming. We will see the config. So one of this is debited. This is debited. This account is debited because in there we say that this is the payer. This is the debit payment item. So this is the debit payment item. It picks up the config that this is internal. But the main thing is it picks up the GL information and the GL accounts. If you see here, you see that this picks up a GL account 1 and GL account offset from the GL group that I had given. So we will see all of that config, the GL transfer, the GL group, how do you define. But just a quick one with the product, just to show you the business process. This GL account and this GL account is picked. When end of day happens, leave aside the bank statement process, this payment item will flow to the treasury company code because this payment order and payment item are all with DBKA. They do not know that what is the subsidiary of this account. They don't know. They don't know the company code. They just know the company code of the IHC payment center. So what all payment items are generated and this GL information, it will flow to the treasury. And here we will say that credit the IHC payables receivables and offset with the technical clearing account. He has done ulta, will do ulta. Okay. So we can say in the GL transaction and in the GL group, what is to be debited, what is to be credited. So here it will say credit or debit IHC payables receivables and debit the technical clearing account in the treasury company code. Okay, the entry we just did. This is through one payment item. The next one is through the other payment item. The second payment item debits, credits your second account. This is your second account. This is your beneficiary account. So it will credit the second account and it will make the similar kind of posting but ulta. Technical clearing account will get cleared with the first payment item and payables receivables for the customer account will get open, will get hit. Okay, you understood two payment items and one accounting entry for each payment item. This is one accounting entry. This is what we just wrote on the Excel, that IFC payables, receivables and IFC technical clearing. Technical clearing will get cleared through the technical clearing of the other payment item. So two payment items, one leg of technical clearing here, one leg of technical clearing here. In the same company code of treasury will get cleared. One leg of IHC receivables payables, one leg of IHC receivables payables here occur, which actually shows your liability or your assets with the subsidiaries of vendor or the customer. Okay. One of this is generated because of a debit on a vendor on subsidiary 1. One of this is generated because a credit on the subsidiary 2. The bank account credit on the subsidiary 2. But this happened only after we finally posted. So this final posting happens through a job, or normally users, just like I posted, normally users can also post it. This can also be posted like this. Either you TBK, either you double click here. This we posted, no, acha, 2 maybe 3 we created just now. 2 we banished. 3 we created, no 3, no 4 we created. Did we create 4 and finally posted? Yes. So either you post it from here in edit mode, or you can select this and post it from here. Okay. Since this is posted, it will not come. So, but finally posting or provisionally posting will come if this is flagged for posting or parked or changed. Okay. So you can post it like this, the payment orders. Normally in a business process, we post it through jobs. This is automatically posted on a particular value date. Any questions? We have moved a step ahead where on your PPT, a payment order creates two payment items when these are processed. And one payment item is corresponding to a banking debit on one subsidiary account, and it generates a GL accounting entry in the treasury. So this is the relationship between treasury and that subsidiary. Bank statement process is end of the day, which will be generated from the account of the subsidiary and send it to the subsidiary. This GL transfer will only happen in the treasury company code. No postings will happen in the subsidiary company code. Okay, two payment items because one debit, one credit on bank account. This is for the vendor, this is for the vendor, this is for the customer. One accounting entry in each in treasury for one vendor and for one customer. So two accounting entries required, which are done through the GL transfer. So when we do the GL transfer, both of these accounting entries will actually flow to FI. As of now, these accounts are not posted to. These accounts are not posted to. But when we do the GL transfer end of the day job, which is run at the end of the day, that job processing chain we will define and do the end of the day through programs. So then this entry will flow to the treasury company code. Questions?
So Virat, from where this GL have been picked by the system?
So that is config. I'll show you the
Okay.
full config because I quickly did something here also. No, I have not shown you this config because we want to see the business process first.
Yeah,
That's what
okay.
we've written. We will see that. But this happens through this GL transfer full. Account manager, periodic task, this means end of day. Periodic means end of the day, every day. And GL transfer, here we will maintain GL variants, GL groups. We will do the account assignment of the current accounts here. And from here, you can see this GL group is carried in the entry. From this GL group, it will understand the GL transaction and it will understand the GL accounts, which we maintain here.
Okay.
Okay, but we will see the whole config, how it works.
So till now, Virat, so till now the actual accounting is not happen, right?
Actual accounting only happened in subsidiary as of now, but actual accounting in treasury and the bank statement in subsidiary will only happen when we do end of day processing. End of day processing, we have to assign a sequence here with the programs with a chain ID. For example, I have to do a DBKA end of day processing. This bank has to do a DBKA EOD processing. Okay. And with this individual steps where I step number 1, sequence number 1, report name RFE. For example, I change the posting date, right, through F9B1. So F9B1 is a program. Hey, where is the program? In the status. In the status. So this changes the posting date every day. I told you 3 main processes. One is account balancing, one is general ledger transfer, and one is the bank statement. But there are 2-3 more processes which just changes certain dates. So we don't have to do it manually. So F9B1 is a program for, hey, this is not the program. Yeah, this is the main program. No. Transaction code F9B1, right? So this is the program. So I'll define a chain here where the report name is this. First, the posting date will be set. TBKKMM report. So I have to define it in the other chain as well. The next part of the process, everything can be done through a transaction also, but we prefer it due to the end of the day. So next part of the process is GL transfer. This is transfer from bank customer accounts to the GL, to FI. So this transaction can also be used in case of issues. Sometimes the job do not run or fails, then you have to run it through the transaction itself, but this should run in a sequence, and this program we put in the second step. Okay, then there is bank statement. So I'll find the bank statement F9 star and F4. No, F9 8 nahi. Here I'll put transaction code F9 star. F9 bank statement is what? F9 F9B. So this B1 we did, posting cutoff we entered. So you don't have to, I did it manually, F9B1, I changed the posting date. So every day the job runs, the posting date will be next posting date. It will keep on changing. So you can post as per the new posting dates, that is okay. Here, F create bank statement recipient. Okay, let's quickly see. Bank statement transaction SAP IHC F9 something. F9 generate bank statement F9. F9, where is F9 यार? F9 N1 होना चाहिए. And की जगह क्या लिखा है उसने? And F9 N7. Okay. This means F9 N7. If we mistakenly put the and there, it should mean F9 N7. This is okay. Where is this? So F9 N7. Yes, bank statement, single account. So I can run this separately as well to generate a bank statement, but this program will be put here as a sequence. So posting date, GL transfer, bank statement, account balancing, all of these programs will be put in a chain and defined. In some of the projects we generate, my clients, we generate a custom bank statement for a customer, for a subsidiary account, because our subsidiary accounts are in different instances. For us, F110 do not happen from the FI. We receive a file from a different instance which creates a payment order while we upload through a custom transaction. Okay, the payment order gets created and the bank statement for us is sent to the subsidiary to a different instance. So that's why we have created a report which is a custom report and it sends a custom bank statement to the subsidiary. Okay, so in that case we can custom it. We just have to create a report for a particular process and enter that in the sequence. Okay, we have to do this first report name we have to enter in this table. I'll see that config and then we can define it here. But the sequence you understood, no? First is the posting date, then is account balancing, then is bank statement generation, then is general ledger transfer. And anything custom can also be put as a report here. And once this is scheduled every day, it will set the posting date, next posting date, which I did manually from 2016 to 31/7/2022. I did that, no? So every day it will shift to the next posting date, which is required for posting. Next, it will do account balancing. Account balancing, it will see all the charges and interest on the accounts and post. Next, it will do bank statement. It will generate a bank statement for the subsidiary to clear the F110 entries. And next, it will do general ledger transfer. General ledger transfer transfers these payment item accounting entries to the treasury company code as accounting in the form of accounting. But this step can be, in case of issues, these can be executed separately with the programs itself or the transactions, F9N7, F9HI, all of the transfers. But normally we see posting date first, then the bank statement generated. But if the bank statement is stuck, has an issue, you can reprocess this. Again an issue, you can process it manually through a transaction as well. We will see that once we set this up. Any questions here? We have just moved to the payment item process. We have just completed the payment item process. The next part of the process will be only about end of the day. Any questions in the creation of payment items? You don't understand payment item or what? Anything here? Full process, anything in between where you're not sure, the linking do not happen in your mind, whatever it is. Tell me. One step we are doing here. After that, we will do the full process. One more thing to tell you, the input channel, we created it manual. In case it is coming from the F110 and outbound IDoc will be, no, the outbound IDoc from F110 will not be here. It will always be 0. But it's a scenario, no, where the cross bank area happens and the accounts are not in the same bank area. This account is in this bank area and the other account is in some other bank area. So in that system, and that in the form of another payment order in another. Okay, complex, we will see it later. Just to see, your inbound IDoc should be filled when you do the F110 process. Okay, for us it was not, because we have to do a lot of IDoc configuration, but in normal processes it should be very easy. In case of the treasury link with for example, a client sends a file of F11 system which has IHC. In that case also it is a direct channel or a manual input. No IDocs will be created. So only if your FI subsidiary, FI processes are linked, the payment processes and inbound IDoc creates, and it will display here. Payment item you understood. Now, okay. Now, if you want to see the account, because posted this and payment items debited and credited. If you see the account, you will see here some of the balance might be debited, current bank statement, you will see the entry. The account is not debited. I need to see why. Why do you, okay, this account was not there, is it? 5 is there, no? 5 is there. So did something. It bank statement will not be generated. That is okay, but show me the balance. Okay, let's see here the balance. Okay, here you can see the account balance. It was, this account was debited with amount, right? I did how much? I did in USD, but this account will be debited in euros. So somebody asked that question whether we can make a payment of euro from the USD account. Yes. So a euro account you can make the payment, but conversions you have to face. All of that loss you face. But you can see a entry has been made here on this account, and entry will be made here on this account, on the other account. SAP here. Let's see separate. F9K3. Major of this IHC starts with F9. Okay, we'll see the account balance of this. You can see it is credited. Okay, one account is debited, one account has a red balance, one account has a green balance. So one account was debited, one account was credited. Taking this balance into account, system will generate, once we set that up, system will generate a bank statement. Again, a Finsta bank statement will be created, IDocs will be created, so we might not be able to see those IDocs. Okay, but that bank statement will do what? It will just clear the F110 entries of the subsidiary. That's it. Because it is generated from the subsidiary account. It's the same thing what ICI does on your account, send bank statement to you because it is your account. Same way, this bank has the account of subsidiary with it. So it will send a bank statement to this account at every end of the day process. And you can see the number of the bank statement generated. So 0 number 01 generated. But again, this will be posted in the form of IDocs, Finsta IDocs. So if the IDocs are not working here, we might not be able to see it, but you need to understand that clears the F110 process. That's it, simple. Okay, we'll set it up. I'll see whether IDocs can be created and we can see the full process. If not, there is no other way. So IDocs, if it cannot be created, we need this guy, a full technical guy, to see whether why the IDocs is not created. If we can range some, then we can see, or else we can skip the IDocs part. That is pure FI first, and that is pure technical. What else? What else? End of day processing. I showed you, but let me configure something. So where is that? This is end of day. So go back, go back, go back. Save changes. Yes, yes. Okay. So what does that include? Customer report for processing. Okay, so these are the reports which we can use. We will only do account balancing. We will do the set balancing posting date. We will do the bank statement. Yeah, because I will be configuring it without telling you anything much about it. So because we have to see all of those processes. No, I have to see general ledger transfer to include to show you. Cash concentration will not see. And the my other reports are not appearing here. Okay, so these 4 processes, if I try to show you and add this in my /USPRO. Yeah, sorry. So I'll be configuring this only. So if we want to close the call, we can. And next session, we will talk about EOD.
Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing finances? Our SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC course is here to guide you. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC. It's like a toolkit for handling financial stuff, ensuring smooth transactions from start to finish. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to make learning easy and answer any questions you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. And the best part, it won't cost you a fortune. This amazing opportunity to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP S4HANA FSCM IHC expert? Enroll on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.